Recording. Start recording.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, seems fine. Okay, so 12th August 2020. What day is it? Wednesday, 7:15 p.m. And we are. I think it took us an hour,
Yeah.
but now we are running. Well, it's been a while. I'm almost a little bit rusty, but I know that I usually ask people two questions. First, what brings you to Latvia, and what are your impressions?
Go on, Alina.
So why did we come actually to Latvia is because of Build It Accelerator. So we are entrepreneurs. I mean, we're trying to build our startup. So and Build It Latvia, which is quite close, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're accelerating hardware startups, and yeah, that's why we're here.
So the first impressions so far that Riga is a very old architectural kind of place, and actually has a really good vibes because pretty much they maintained the city really well. So we liked so far the buildings and how it looks. It has an old vibe, but it's like painted newly, which we don't find a lot actually in Vilnius, in our current accommodation place. They don't care as much as Latvians
Riga
about
does.
like renovating. So I guess here they do it much better. So
As well, they are kind of good with nature. So they, there are lots of parks around center. So, which I find interesting because
it's really unique the way that it's like mixed with nature, right? And as well here, there is that canal kind of that passes from the river through the old city, and it's really beautiful. We like these places a lot. So we actually even considering to move to Riga just because of that. So the impressions were so positive so far.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
If you say you are living now in Lithuania, give me the sweet short story how a young lady from Kyrgyzstan, a dude from Egypt met in Turkey.
Exactly.
And now are living in Lithuania.
Yeah, so basically we met in university in Turkey. So we studied in Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
And then actually we didn't know each other. Like, there are lots of foreign students.
Mm-hmm.
So then we started working together in one startup as well in Turkey. So there we get to know each other more, and then we as well created he found out that idea of having that startup. So we started to work on this project, and that's how we started to apply for European Union actually to move, because we couldn't realize that the startup idea in Turkey.
Why not?
Why not? Because why not?
First of all, of course, the investment in Turkey is not that much, especially in tech.
Really?
Yes, they are not that much like advanced. So as well, they have some bias to Turkish individuals. So as a foreigner there, they don't
Tell me about it.
Yeah, they don't really, how can I say, support foreigners or working there. They just think that they are from the lower, how can I say?
Oh, that's sort of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're supporting their own.
Yeah, they're supporting their own.
Very
but
nationalistic.
Very nationalistic. So, yeah.
Well, maybe we got such kind of impressions. Well, maybe there are some foreigners we don't know, but let's say, I guess it's our experience. Maybe we're kind of unique. Maybe in Turkey, actually, you can find some foreigners who established their startups. So maybe.
I kind of thought that Turkey is a place where everybody is just mixing together, right? Asia, Europe, it's just in between.
Yeah, the issue is how can you treat equally in that place? So this is actually the hot topic right now there.
So
Are you saying that they sort of try to discriminate when it comes to business or in general?
In general.
In general, even education. When we had even our bachelors, you can notice from the professors, the attitude, the grades, the projects, how they interact with us, that we're not that welcome.
Well, but it means that you basically have to prove yourself more than a local dude would, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it's intentional for you to just get better, right? So just to be ambitious.
Yeah, maybe like that's actually raised the bar for us. So we're not that sad or mad about it. We don't have anything bad, but like just when the truth, like.
But then I would need to know, why did you decide to go to Turkey in the first place?
Yeah, simply, when I was applying for the universities, actually I was applying not only to Turkey. I mean, I was applying to France, Malaysia, Indonesia, like wherever, I just wanted to go somewhere else.
Can I throw it out there? Maybe Kyrgyzstan?
Well, I didn't want to go and to stay in my country because I felt that I'm done. I mean, I cannot get something new there,
What?
Oh, well, the world is much more bigger than Kyrgyzstan, so I wanted to explore the world, and at that young age you can only explore by going and studying. Well, it's in our culture,
Have you tried Googling?
Of course, I tried Googling, but it's not like it's another experience. I mean, in Google you just look to the pictures and that's it.
Mostly.
But living in that country, it's another thing. It's another dimension, I can say.
So Turkey was not really your place of most likely destination. You just wanted to get out of Kyrgyzstan to study.
I can say, yeah. But firstly, I went to Russia to study.
What?
Yeah, I went to study to Russia. So I got the full scholarship from Russian Federation because I was attending for their national exam as well as Russians, and I got really good place there. Because Russian, as you know, it's our second official language, like Latvia as well.
As I do not know, thank you very much.
Yeah, well, basically, Kyrgyzstan was in Soviet Union. Maybe you know that, no?
Well, no? Look, when it comes to Kyrgyzstan, damn, I don't know. Well, look, if you throw out the word Kyrgyzstan, if you would put in front of me a map, I would probably look towards more like China.
Mm-hmm.
Right, coming from Europe, but if you would ask me where it is, the best guess probably somewhere around the other stans.
Yeah,
right? that's about it.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, well, basically Kyrgyzstan was in Soviet Union, along with Russia. I mean, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and we still have Russian as our official language. So basically at schools you are studying whether in Russian class or in Kyrgyz class. So whole of my life I was studying in Russian class, and well, in my family my mom was talking to me in Russian only and my father in Kyrgyz, so
she comes from her family comes from Russia?
No, she's Kyrgyz, but yeah. It's
the influence is pretty much there. Yeah.
Exactly. So and as well, Kyrgyzstan is a poor country. I mean,
compared to what? I mean, everybody is poor compared to Norway and Switzerland.
Compared to Latvia, let's say, or compared to Turkey, let's say.
In what way? Because it should be proportional, right? I mean, maybe the average income is less, but also
average income is around 150 euros.
What?
Yes, 150 euros.
What is 150 euros?
Income, average income.
Oh, so the average salary is 150 euros.
Yeah.
All right.
For example,
how much does gas cost for the car?
Okay, to put it into perspective, let's think about the rent. How much does it cost?
It's expensive.
Yes, it's maybe $200-$300 for you to get a small apartment.
Rent is expensive, but the food is extremely cheap. Really cheap.
All right.
So they have some kind of inconsistencies in the economy.
Yeah.
And as well, they have a lot of problems. They have actually a lot of nature and a lot of resources, natural resources all over the country. Even the Chinese come and make mining in Kyrgyzstan, which is so crazy. They don't even mine by themselves or get the most out of their resources. But the problem is corruption. It's
exactly.
Corruption is very high. Yeah, of course, everywhere there's corruption. But with what magnitude, it's insane, as far as she told me.
Well, I would imagine it's pretty similar all over the former Soviet Union.
Well, you know, like I'm seeing from Latvia, Lithuania, like it's really like developing. I mean, like developed, maybe I can say, than Kyrgyzstan or Kazakhstan.
Much more prosperous.
Okay, let's say like
you can
Stan
say.
countries. Kazakhstan.
Can I suggest you maybe if you have time and the option go outside of Riga and just look at the because I remember who was it? I think I think it was either from Denmark or from Netherlands. A dude, right? He said, "Oh yeah, you have pretty nice infrastructure." And I was saying, "Wait a second, you're coming from Netherlands, right?" Yeah. Dude, go outside just 40 kilometers outside any direction, right? Then talk to me about infrastructure. You come from the best infrastructure in the world, right? So you should know better what is a good infrastructure. And I think he went to some little town just for some type of sightseeing. Then oh, now I see what you mean, right? Because yeah, but he still said, but it's not the worst I've seen. The worst I've seen was I think he said Romania.
Oh really?
Yeah, but because Riga in general would be more cosmopolitan, more international, more developed simply because there's more of the economy in the capital, right? But yeah, I mean, in many rural areas, it's well, probably compared to I don't know, let's say the biggest slums in India, maybe not that bad. But still, I mean, if you've seen some typical Russian little village, right, with all that's run down, yeah, we have those too as well.
Yeah,
still.
as well. We have even worse. I mean, like we do have in Kyrgyzstan. So
Yeah, but totally, your culture is actually really beautiful. I liked as well their like traditional homes. You know, they have this kind of type of tents or camps, but
Really?
it's very special. And in the way that it
maybe,
looks,
you know,
yeah,
yurts.
it's called
have
yurts.
I'm sure I have seen some
Yeah.
pictures.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it adapts to the weather. So in the winter, it's actually warm inside, and in the summer, vice versa.
So basically, we were
Without
like,
changing anything.
yeah.
Without putting any air conditioning system or anything in the material
How
itself.
does that work?
Well, I don't know.
What's
The-
the
I mean,
what's the
like,
magic?
The material is like how to say? I don't know. Like what is that material? Even like it's made from.
They have some kind of special materials, like layers. They put it above each other, and I guess like they remove one of it, and it worked for summer. And when it comes to the winter, they use another material that actually doesn't transmit
See,
this kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
sounds like total high tech to me.
It's high tech, but just with the material. Yeah, I
Yeah,
researched
he
about that
knows
because I was
better
so
because-
interested. Like,
Yeah.
how the heck do they do that? She told me that this is like that. I said, how?
Yeah,
How
yeah.
does it work? Like, and then we made like a heck of a Google search of how
He
they
is
do
right
that.
now more Kyrgyz than me. I'm seriously like saying, because like, yeah.
If we just have the chance, I will just take the visa and go visit there. There as well, like food is really delicious. She as well knows how to cook it, by the way. So.
I think that's a granted over there, right? The cooking is usually pretty good.
Mhm.
I would say that's the biggest. If you guys are interested in startups, that might be the biggest potential, right? Some type of food stuffs, because it's weird. Because I think the biggest company in the world is not really Apple or Google or anything, but I think it was damn, what was his name? The one who owns, was it General Mills? Something like that. I think well, Nestle maybe.
Food chain.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, really huge companies are actually just in the food space, right? And it's just so weird that they can branch out in so many ways that you don't even notice that actually, yeah, it's a food and beverage company, because they are totally into almost every aspect of your life without you even knowing it. Yeah.
So it's like kind of they built a monopoly without you even noticing all over the world with a lot of food chains and food brands. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's so crazy.
I remember reading in John D. Rockefeller's biography. he was saying, or either he or his business associate, basically he made up the strategy, because once the Standard Oil, his company, got bigger and bigger, there were sort of several not isolated incidents, but people who opposed the big giant monopoly, right? So they didn't, or they tried to not purchase anything from that out of spite, just in principle, right? So what they did was actually to set up a false competitor, right? And just make another storefront, another brand, right? And yeah, so people who didn't want to buy from Standard Oil bought from this other competitor, but which was owned totally by Standard Oil, right? So yeah, basically they got around like that.
Yeah.
Just making another brand, making people believe that they are actually contributing to somebody else. And yeah, so it's also a strategy.
Exactly.
If you say startup entrepreneurs, so what is the business?
Okay, so the basic idea right now, we're actually working on it right now in terms of prototyping, figuring out how can we implement or execute it. But the idea is basically modular computer that can be a headphone, and at the same time it can be transformable into 2 speakers. So
Wait a second. If you want to transform a headphone into speakers,
yeah,
isn't it already possible, because it's the same the same principle to transmit sound, right? It doesn't really change the hardware.
no, I mean in the hardware itself, like just assume that you have a headphone like that.
Yep.
And you just press a button and the headband itself gets separated from the ear cup. So
But do you mean the sound coming just stronger from the same place?
exactly,
Yeah.
from the same place. So basically
I think it already exists.
No.
where?
I think one producer showed me something like that.
Yeah, there
Maybe
is
you are.
there is something like that, but without actually the hardware itself separating from each other. So there's companies that they say, I have a headphone that can work as a speaker, but you just need to flip it.
And the second thing he
And
showed
it
me
works.
was that he used the headphone as a microphone. Yeah.
Well, that's easy to do, I guess. So yeah, so our idea is actually that it works as normal smart speaker, as the speaker that you have here, for example. So
Yeah.
you remove it and it's total having freedom. Actually, they work independent from each other, so you can separate the channel, that they don't work together. You can put one in a room, other in another room,
Oh, that's interesting.
and yeah.
Wait a second, but is the headphone somewhere connected that it fits on your head?
Yeah, so they understand each other. Once you put it on your head, there are sensors that they understand that it's in headphone mode, so
Okay.
they work together in order to make stereo sound, right and left for you.
Okay.
And once you remove it, it recognizes that you did so they will work totally independent, and you can just,
But how far apart could they work?
like, any distance that you want, because they totally work independently, like 2 different computers.
Oh, I see. So basically those are 2 separate entities which just combine into one unit if needed, but actually they are made as separate entities.
Exactly, and they
Okay.
can communicate really well with each other.
Okay. And what is the plan?
So the plan actually right now, that, like, if you're asking about where are we right now, we are actually having looks like prototype. That means that the industrial design itself is finished, kind of, and all the internals are still in development. So that's what we're raising money for, because the most expensive parts are actually how to buy the development kits that on it you can actually test and make sure that everything is working as intended. And then you can launch and start making pre-orders, sales, whatever.
And what's the biggest risk of somebody just ripping you off?
So when you are choosing any investor to put money into it, you need to find people that they have portfolio already, that they have done like
The investors?
20 projects before, 30 projects, in which category or in which industry, how well did they do, how much money did they made this startup reach to, stuff like that. We consider a lot of things as well. They consider a lot of things about us. How big is the team? How good is the team? Do they have relevant backgrounds? What successes did they have before? What failures? All of that. So yeah.
Well, you are still young, right? It's not like you would have 100 projects behind you.
Yeah, it's like I have 3 years of experience. I did like 6 projects, like 3 of them, they're already in the market with automation tech startup, and the other 3 was like mixed between research and
So how come that
academic.
the 3 that are already in production don't take much of your time?
Because these I made it for the company, so I was working as an employee, but I was
Uh-huh.
responsible for making them from 0 to...
What is that called? Industrial design?
Actually, it calls product design. So
Ah.
for me, I was like, I know hardware and software
Yeah.
and basics of design. So basically, we get the industrial designer. He gives me, that's how it will look from outside.
Mhm.
And then we work on the insides and how can we fit all the technology that we need inside. So I work with hardware and software. And then after I develop and test everything, I give it back to the industrial designer and the CEO or the project manager, and he like assess the whole quality of the product back again. But right now with our startup, I'm responsible for the whole product development life cycle, as well, like talk with the industrial designer, hey, do this, do that, do it that way, because it's our vision, it's our idea, how we want to take it to market. And she has experience like
In business.
with business,
Yeah,
sales,
so-
marketing, stuff like that.
So you met in university because you studied the same course?
No, he was studying electrical electronics engineering.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I was studying business administration. So
But
we
you
just
had the same project.
No,
No.
we graduated and then we worked at the same startup,
Oh, I see.
which I developed for the 3 products, and we worked before, like I was given to her as well, like, hey, the tech specs was gonna be this and that. So we worked as well in a tech startup together.
Mhm.
And then when I got the idea, I said to her about it just as conversation, and she liked it. She said, I would like to be on board with you, and we decided to make it as a startup for our own.
So it's the what 7th idea for you? 7th project?
It's like the 7th product that I'm designing. It's hardware and
But
software. and
the
stuff.
first where you would like to actually own the intellectual property for yourself.
Exactly.
Don't you have any risks of just somebody ripping you off?
of course we have. We
Of
do.
course there is, but for example, we had this, like for example, there are some core technologies that if it got copied, yeah, you're ripped off.
Mm.
So this you have to keep it secret until you file for patents. So we filed 2 patents before we reached to any investors. So
Wait a second, you already filed for
we
patents?
we're already having 2 patent pending applications. So we have
And did you go bankrupt?
the filing dates. No,
No.
it's
How
like
much does it cost?
no, like to file
It's
provisional
provisional,
patent application. It's actually cheap. It's not expensive. So
Where
it gives
are
you
you
1
serving?
year in USA. So you file in USA, it gives you 1 year of allowance until you go and test on the market, and then once you come close to that 1 year, you pay for actually the whole patent, which is a ton of money. But at least
And
you
you are
will
not
go-
at that stage. You are one step before that, because basically, if you had the year,
exactly. So basically, we just filed actually, like
which
just
means you have a
2
year,
months ago.
right?
Yeah.
So we have a year to raise money
Okay.
and then take that money, file with it the full patent, and then launch in the market.
So basically, when you go to investors, you say, "Look, we already filed for the patent, right?
Mhm.
But we will need to pay afterwards."
Yeah,
Right.
they understand this kind of terms.
Cool.
Like they're cool with it.
Mhm.
They just like these, like if we didn't file at all, and investors got the idea and collected some people and said, let's file patent against, like file
Us.
the same technology by ourselves as a patent, they cannot file it because we have an earlier filing date.
All right. So it sounds like you already know the ups and downs of the process.
Yeah, kind of.
Cool.
Trying our best about it. We heard that, like, not we heard, we saw that you're a lawyer as well, so
We're like,
I think you're like,
if we move
well,
here,
you
maybe.
understand.
Well, when it comes to patents, it's such a niche subject, and when it comes to, let's say, traditional university education, I think we generally had some courses and programs about international law and also intellectual property. But yeah, when it comes to patent process, I don't remember anything that would be relevant. Let's say if I would have to answer some of your questions, how do I, let's say, file for a provisional patent or whatever? I would just go to the patent office and ask a lot of holes in them, right? Yeah, because it's really, if you ask me about patents, I think it's really dependent on the, not really the jurisdiction, I guess, but maybe the markets. Because I think you could actually file also for a worldwide patent, which is not that useful most of the time.
Yeah.
Right?
It depends on your target market, so
Yeah.
it depends. Okay, I'm gonna sell in US and Europe, so I'm just gonna file in both of them, and that's
Which
it.
is strange, right? Because
Yeah.
most of the time you would like to think, yeah, if you are human, right? I would like to buy you, I would like you to buy my, whatever it is, right? The
Mhm.
product.
It costs shit ton of money in order to
Yeah.
file worldwide. Oh, it's insane. It's almost the only, like we just had like yesterday like a session about IPs in Build It, and they said like the only companies that they actually do it, file worldwide in each single country, is pharmaceutical companies, because they know that anybody in the world can get sick. These are the
Okay.
only people that they care about it. But
Mm-hmm.
other than that, like really tech companies, they don't advise them to do so, especially in the earlier stages, because you don't have much money.
It drains you. Yes,
So yeah,
yes. All right. And so you are basically doing the business management
Yeah,
side of the things.
yeah, I do.
So what's the challenges for you?
Well, to be honest, like I guess maybe raising money, investment, like finding investment is the most challenging part.
it's like a marathon.
Even if the product is something that is so compelling,
Yeah,
Yes.
why?
Because they're sketchy about every single thing.
yeah,
What?
they're
Investors.
sketchy about every single thing. So they are like afraid, they're scared to fail, actually, to lose their money.
But isn't the point of, let's say, I don't know about institutional investing, but of those type of angel investors, for instance, isn't the point that you, let's say, try to invest in 10 projects with the intent that at least one will bring back the return to compensate for the rest?
Yeah, that's what they say, but when it
They
comes
want the
to
one each time.
when it comes to practice, they look at each one and say,
This
Well,
is the one.
"This is the one."
This should be the one, yeah.
But they know the truth in the back of their head. They say, "I'm not expecting all of them to succeed,
Yeah.
but I need to look for the best 10 out of the 100 that I'm gonna see. Like if one is too risky or they are too ambitious, I'm not looking for that. It depends really on the investor. Sometimes like people, like at the end, they're humans with different perspectives. You can find person who said, the more the risks, the more I'm happy, because like I want just to go all in and make stuff that seems impossible because that may work. The type of Elon Musk kind of thing, like we're gonna make the whole world electric and stuff like that. So he takes the risk, he goes for it.
Do you mean him as an investor?
No, not him as an investor. I mean type of personality that he's like, I'm going all in for something that I dream of, although it seems so impossible.
Yeah.
But if there's just 0.001% possibility that it's gonna succeed, it's worth it. While other people look at it like, no, I can go to a market where there are some products in it, but I will improve on it a bit, give just one new feature, and that's gonna be my differentiator.
Because it seems to me, if you would be a prudish investor, you might want to look at this product idea and say, what problem does it really solve? It doesn't really solve a problem as much as it makes it more convenient, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
Because nowadays people have headphones, people have Bluetooth speakers. It's not really a challenge to get music in several different forms. But yeah, yours is just more, I guess, ergonomic, right? In a sense.
Our idea is
versatile.
that actually more than that, I just wanted to give you the short kind of description of it.
Okay.
But we have a lot of other features, and the second most important feature is actually that you can change everything inside of the headphone by yourself. You don't need
what do you mean?
repairman. Like what I mean is that everything is above each other with magnets. So simply you can just remove the first layer, which is the cover or the ear pad itself.
Okay.
And it removes very easily. You don't need like screwdrivers or something to open it with. It's very easy and simple. You just get a bit of force and it will come out with you. And then you have access to all the inner components to upgrade it later in the future by yourself.
It's a great idea.
Let's say after 2 years, there's a new Bluetooth specification came out. So what they do simply is just they buy from us the new board or the new electronic board module, we call it. They swap it out, put the new module with the new hardware specifications, and they simply got the new headphones in the same form factor.
That's where you come in and stop him from doing these things, right?
No.
Yeah, because like this is too crazy. Sometimes tell me like
it's too. Here's the weird thing. I think your idea is very sophisticated, right? It's just that it seems to me in this type of economy, usually it's not that really much rewarded, right? Too much sophistication could be a hindrance in a market where it's usually planned obsolescence and just every year something new, the newer models, right? Replace, consume.
Exactly, but what we're going for actually is like the concept is that we want to be sustainable, not actually the opposite. So when you replace, you send us back the replacement part and we recycle it, put in it the new chip. It's very easy for us to recycle that and then we sell it back again. So we don't use new materials at all in terms of like selling back.
Yeah.
You can just like get back that module, upgrade it as a company, and you sell it back, upgrade it to the customer back.
What's the closest currently business model or product that does that?
No one.
I think there's a reason for that.
There's a reason for that, which is
It doesn't really make business sense to do that.
The big corporations, what they look for is like, we want people to upgrade each 2 years by the newest and the latest and greatest.
Yeah.
Right? What we're looking for is that we'll just sell you the whole one package. You come later for us to buy from us the module.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, when you sell the module one by one over the years, you have very high customer lifetime value. So anyway, we're getting our money, but we're getting it late.
Mm.
But it's convenient for the customer because if it didn't break or he doesn't want really to upgrade a certain part of it, he doesn't need to.
Yes, you still are talking about headphones and speakers.
Yep.
It's just if it does its job, the only or most likely scenario where the consumer would like to switch it or change something with it is if he just wants to have a fresher outer box, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I would guess. Yeah. All right. Anyway, I'm not saying anything because I'm not an expert,
sure.
right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's just because it would be nice if all things would be like you design it, right? Where you can actually just switch the things that are not really needed or maybe could be upgraded, but the whole product is still in use, because it's very economical
Mm-hmm.
in an individual sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
From the customer perspective, do you remember, Alina, what's important? Like,
Battery.
do you remember what is the most two important factors that they look for? Yeah, you said the one of them,
yes.
battery, and the second one is sound quality. For us, when we thought about this, like the battery normally gets depleted, or like its battery health over time get depleted in 2 years, and you have to upgrade the battery.
What about the wear and tear of just materials? The ones which
Outside.
come in contact, yeah.
As well, it's a separate module. We call it like the cover itself. They can
Sure.
as well buy it individually, so they can have fresher design, but in the same form factor. Or a new color. You can like just imagine of having one white on one side and the left one it will be like black.
Isn't mostly customization too much of a headache logistically?
Logistically, it shouldn't be, because like if
Because each separate part is just another SKU, right? In the
at the end, like if you're doing the
inventory.
classic one, you're still producing all of these components. All what we're doing is
I
we're
guess
saying
so, but your whole inventory is based just on units, right? And the unit is the whole piece, not just the individual parts.
exactly.
But for this model, each separate part would be in a separate unit in the inventory, because you could actually customize and switch and
Sure,
yeah.
that's great. That
That's
solves
that-
us
that is a
another
tricky one.
problem.
Hmm?
It solves us as well. This has like one advantage as well. You said one disadvantage. One advantage is that you don't have very long manufacturing line. You just produce the module and it goes out of the factory. There's no assembly line, which is actually 60% of the manufacturing process. The assembly lines. So when you get just
For headphones?
yes, 60% is actually assembly. So you to put the components all together, it takes a lot of time.
Really?
Because most of the manufacturers, what they do is that they outsource,
Of course.
like Sony, they buy from others, but they just manufacture, for example, the speaker driver, and the electronics come from another person,
Yeah.
the PCB, all of the various components, and then they package together. So 60%, around 70% of most headphone manufacturers or speaker manufacturers, it's assembly. It's putting everything together and then package it to you. And
But why do you
ship it
say
to
that that model changes that?
for us, it's just that 40%, which is actually we outsource everything, but we just package it in its module, which takes just like the plastic enclosure of that module, and that's it, and it's done. It's a product by itself, and it just gets out of the factory as it is. And then when it comes to the customer gets to put it over each other like a Lego, and it just takes less than 20 seconds to put the system together.
But does the customer want to put it like a Lego?
If he wants.
Not if he wants. Like, in order for him to use it, he will do that.
Then tell him,
Right?
like,
Like,
if
of course he wants to use it. So the first thing that when you open the box, to have actually a sense of owning the thing, they just get the thing outside, they just put it over each other, they get to know the speaker or the headphone that they're compiling by ourselves. It's actually satisfying. It's very satisfying.
I'm not doubting that. Yeah, it's just, what does the market research say? Huh, Alina?
Tell me.
Well, our research was based on US and European Union, but we didn't cover European Union fully. So we just covered Europe, right? So, well, basically, how many % of tech enthusiasts they are like excited about the modules?
There was a 1 million...
1 million, yeah.
1 million tech enthusiasts only in US. 1 million
So-
people.
Which means
We are-
something?
Which means a lot of things, because like the price point that we're competing is actually high.
Yeah, and
So that's
we're
the
like
trick.
targeting those kind of tech enthusiasts, not like, you know, the lower
Lower
niche.
target niche.
But what's the targeting for those 1 million enthusiasts? Just some type of advertising on YouTube? Probably not, right?
So you
word
can...
word of mouth, I guess. Influencers?
Yeah,
Mostly actually tech influencers. You can reach to them, and just to influencers.
But first we're like planning to go by crowdfunding. So maybe you know about Kickstarter, Indiegogo. So
Wait a second, but if you would like to go on crowdfunding, you wouldn't be really interested in individual investors, right?
we will be actually as interested. Why not? So
In
we
order
are
for you to
considering,
scale all over the world.
but yeah.
That's the thing.
It's
After
just-
crowdfunding, not before crowdfunding. Before crowdfunding, you just need an angel investor that put just small amount of money to support you to actually have the product ready in the factory.
Yeah, because I think the beauty of crowdfunding is that you could actually execute these type of nice nuanced details without somebody just talking, no, this won't work because we don't do it like this, right? We don't have all those. You can make the executive decisions by yourself, right? And yeah, when it comes to the functionality, optimist, I guess. But then again, I remember when in 2012, Asus brought a smartphone, which was like a 3-piece module. You had the smartphone by itself. You could put it into tablet computer. Then you could put the tablet computer on a keyboard. So basically, all in all, when you combine those 3 pieces, you had almost like a notebook, right? And I was like, wow, this is just so nice, right? And then I figured, yeah, nobody really is interested in these things. Well, only some type of IT people, which I met, and so yeah, I know this, yeah, right. Because one IT dude showed me. That's how I found out about it, right? And I was like, whoa, that's just great. Because first it extends the battery life, because every piece has the battery. So let's say your phone is running low, we just put it in a tablet, it starts charging up, right? All these nice features. But then I just figured, yeah, that's not really a mass product. It's totally not a mass product. Even though the functionality, everybody who I showed it to was like, wow, yeah, it's so interesting, so nice, right? But yeah, everybody was just, I just have one phone and that's basically it. Now I think last year, because it was, I had a, I don't know, 7-year-old smartphone, right? The Asus, I had it with me. So it just sort of almost broke down. So I figured, I might as well just buy a new one. I tried to look for something similar, it wasn't there anymore, right? So what that tells me is, all right, the things I noticed are actually really probably true, that a too little amount of people are interested in these kind of quirky solutions, right? And once I got just a plain smartphone, I figured, I mean, it's not the best, right, in terms of functionality, but it's a fair enough compromise just to have one device with a fair enough screen. And that's about it, right? So I would imagine that out of those million, is it fair to say half is just fake news?
Even if you play on, in the beginning, if you just target 1% of them, you're pretty much have a really good start.
Really?
Just 1%.
But doesn't it require to start even a big investment, which means you have to actually 10x it almost?
So the thing is with crowdfunding that nobody's taking equity in the company. They are getting back the product. It's simply pre-order. So people are pre-ordering, and let's say if you're targeting
for a fixed price, right?
For a discount price than actually the retail price. So what attracts the people is like, oh, I'm gonna get it discounted than the retail price, which is gonna come just after 3 months, just by pre-ordering it now. So they just put their money. It's like, oh, I love the product so much. So they just put the money, say, I'm gonna get it after 3 months, but I'll save a lot of money on it. Okay. So it's fine. They just pre-ordered. Let's say you got 10,000, which is the 1% that I told you about. Or 10,000 pre-orders. If you are selling with 250, then you're on a really good start.
But what is the
2.5 million?
So initial investment to actually get all the infrastructure in place and to have
exactly, and that's what we're looking for right now in here with these guys and build it and stuff like that, and it's between 50 to 100k, which is not much.
All in all?
Yeah, which is not much at all.
Yeah, it doesn't sound that much.
No, which is not much at all. So we're very close to it with the looks like prototype that we have right now. We can do the talks with them. We can say, just put 50 and we'll have the final one ready and we'll start crowdfunding. And they measure that how it's going to be successful by judging the previous crowdfunding campaigns. Like, let's say you said... No, the previous of other in the same category. And
but what is the category?
Audio industry. So they go and audio industry, wireless headphones market. Okay, the people were doing something innovative.
How many crowdfunded projects are there for headphones?
A lot. Oh, can offer to you.
And seriously, like they don't have like really good improvements. I mean, there are minor ones, but still people are pledging. People are.
Yeah. There was one that actually was a scam. and it was clear it's a scam. And they got $2.5 million.
Do you mean Apple?
No, Apple they scam you, but in a different way.
Sure.
But at least they delivered.
Way.
At least they delivered the product. Yeah. So basically, what they said, they promised too much stuff which is crazy. Like, it sounds too good, but this is like, how can, like, anybody who knows a bit of engineering can just like screw the whole reputation. But still, people bought the idea, put the money, and they raised even money from investors after that crowdfunding campaign. They got like around 10 million extras in investment, and then they said we're bankrupt.
Human headphones?
OSIC.
OSIC.
It was a big story.
It's like really interesting.
And it's normal headphones, just they promised that the integration with VR or AR will be really nice, and you will have everything sounds like the real life. Some bullshit, man, and everybody just put the money.
Yeah, but why not? If you can sell the dream, why?
Yeah, their marketing strategy was really strong.
Nice.
Yeah, but it didn't have a customer problem. It has just the wow factor.
Oh, but I don't know if your type of product has a specific problem.
Yes, which is like every 2 years you have the need to you have the urge as a tech enthusiast to upgrade. I want Bluetooth 5. I don't want to use Bluetooth 4 anymore.
Really?
And yes, I can show you stuff like that. They nitpick. They nitpick on stuff like they say, well, the high-end sound is actually not that much significant. And when they release the better one, which has better frequency response, they say, wow, I need this. This is actually really good. I want the latest, best and greatest always.
So it's not really a marketing or strategy play like Beats by Dre. Not in the least.
Not the style, more it's functionality and technical features that people are really into tech and they want to upgrade, and they don't like that they need to buy a total new product each 2 years. They just want to upgrade the specific thing that has been improved by the industry.
But the specific thing is not really your thing, it's just from the industry, and your component is just a module.
You actually
what if the manufacturer of that type of thing says no, I won't sell it to you with just the thing, you need to buy it from me for something bigger, right?
The thing is, it's all about how do you package the product.
They or you?
We.
Okay.
How we package the product. So for us, we build like kind of an ecosystem. Yeah, so ecosystem means like that you basically make a standard form that the people say, okay, this is speakerphone, for example, which is headphone and speaker. It has the form factor and everything, but everything on the inside, whenever it changes, I get the latest, biggest, and greatest. So all what you do is that you go to the market, source the best components out there, put it in a compelling form factor that the users will enjoy. Because nobody can do simply everything by yourself.
Yeah.
We cannot just do the speaker driver, battery, everything, and do all the breakthrough technology. We scout the best technologies out there.
Wait a second, speaking about Apple, didn't they actually make plans to actually not buy the microchips from some outsourcing company but actually make their own?
And they decided to make Apple silicon.
So what's with that?
Because it's Apple. They have the money to do that. Why can't we do that if nobody's doing it as good as we think we are? So actually the two reasons that Apple did that move is that the performance is not high enough, and they're being compared to any other manufacturers in the tier.
Okay.
So everybody became really good with Apple in hardware in terms of industrial design. Asus right now is getting really good designs. Others are making metal now. Big touchpads, all the unique things about Macs. They copied it and they were successful copying it.
Okay.
So right now, what is our differentiator? Performance same, looks same. How can we differentiate? macOS is not enough. People are not in love with macOS. A lot of people, they like Windows because it's versatility and the amount of applications and customization that you can do with it. So they really started not to have any differentiator in the market that makes them grow. So they said, okay, we can then lower our costs, compete with the price, because imagine, the Intel processor, how much it was costing them to put it in a MacBook Pro. Around $300 to buy it from.
But they probably
$300-$400.
buy it in bulk so much that it's probably.
In bulks, it was $300-$400.
Okay.
Like there was a report that actually shows the MacBook Pro, the
IBM
costs
got
of
greedy.
stuff there. And then they said like Apple Silicon, the one processor that they will develop that will be better than Intel's one, is almost fifth of the cost. So why they should go with Intel anymore? They can save a lot of money in terms of their profit margin, and at the same time have better performance.
But doesn't it sound like a scam?
It doesn't, because like the iPad Pros, which is just an iPad, it has the same processor that they want to put it into the MacBook, and it actually performs better than the desktops.
Wait a second. Are you saying that they actually have already proved enough
because
for it to be reliable data?
So they put these processors. They're doing their own processors.
But then here's the judo move.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't just IBM buy one of those already new devices, gut it out, and try to reverse engineer the better chip?
To reverse engineer a processor chip, this is good luck with that.
Why?
It's insanely hard. It's closed source. First of all, Apple, in order to develop such kind of things, they had to hire the best scientists in the world in order to transfer the latest technologies into actually something that they can package it and manufacture it in a processor. So they put all the R&D costs that they want. IBM mostly, they are in the space of creating architecture of processors. They don't sell processors by itself. So they make the architecture of how the processor is designed inside.
Okay.
And then they sell it to the actually processor manufacturers, the people that they want to make processors. While Intel, the ones that they actually do it, they do architecture and processor manufacturing. There comes as well ARM. Did you hear about ARM as well? They're in the computer business. You can buy processor from ARM or ARM. Sometimes they call it ARM.
Okay.
And as well, they do architecture plus processor stuff. So there is that fine line between you are developing the technology and you're the one who's packaging it. And this thing is very hard. Like literally you need around maybe 1,000, 2,000 scientists work in one team just to do to you a really very new processor architecture. It takes years and years. In order for them to introduce the x64 architecture, sometimes when you open the Windows settings, you find x64 or 32-bit, 64-bit, stuff like that. In order for them to put a standard for that, in order for all the computers to have the same Windows operating system over it or Mac OS, 20-25 years.
Fine with me.
Exactly. So can you imagine, as Apple, you are not a processor company. You are not specialized in processor company. You are basically a product company. You're given to the end consumer. So they have been developing that since 12 years. So they started with smartphones, developing processor for smartphones. They designed the processor of smartphones.
Just on the side?
By themselves.
Just basically as a research and development project.
Exactly, but they started with the small things, the stuff that doesn't have a lot of power. And they experiment. It works really well with iPhone. Okay, why don't we scale it to iPad? They scaled it to iPad. It worked really well with iPad. Now they're saying, why don't we kick Intel out and do the whole thing ourselves? So that it's a big move. It's because of the PC market is really big. And in order for you to do something like that, it's unprecedented in PC market. In order for you as a product company, do architecture and manufacture it by yourself. It's insane. That's why it's making a lot of buzz right now.
When will it take effect or full effect, that decision?
they are insane. They're saying that they are going to do it in 2 years, which is mind-blowing because
which is something to actually get investors a little bit more frisky, right?
Both, like some investors say, okay, let's wait and see how they are going to do it.
Okay,
and some of them just say, whoa, they already did it for smartphones and tablets. For sure they're going to do it for the computers.
Sounds really almost too good, doesn't it?
Yeah, but they are right now too good for some companies or for some competitions. I'm not a fan of Apple, by the way. I'm the total opposite. But I'm surprised at the pace that they are developing their stuff with right now. Steve Jobs was more of a person before he dies. He was like making Apple really a product company. Right now, Tim Cook is taking it to the next level. He's building over it and he's really making it, okay, we're going to double down on making people buy with emotions and we're going to maximize our profits. But at the same time, we're making technologies like never before. Right now, we're focusing on technologies. Because he's really close with engineers, Steve Jobs wanted the experience, wanted the feel. How do you interact with the iPhone? How it works, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's different.
So you believe?
I believe they will do it. They will do it. Because they did it before. They actually transferred from an architecture of something called PowerPC back in the days before Intel. They transitioned from that to Intel. So they did such kind of transitions before. But right now they are saying, okay, we got our own processor. Let's just get it and put it here. And the software will make the same software transition that we did before between PowerPC to Intel. So it's just a matter of time.
Well, let's say they succeed. What does that mean? That basically all the alternatives will copy them and surpass them, right? In a short amount of time, like Samsung did with the smartphones.
It's kind of possible for something like Samsung, because Samsung as well, they have experience in doing processors. But right now their processors still, Apple is like 2 years ahead. It can change.
How do you measure it in years?
With the performance increase year over year. So if you open right now and look at the benchmarks of the processors over the years, you see how Samsung is improving, and you see the curve of how Apple processors are improving in terms of scoring. So you can get like a figure of how things are improving.
Which means now they are doubling down, making it more, basically making the performance more and the price probably less, right?
Exactly. Both of them, they do the same thing, but Apple is just investing really much into the team. While Samsung actually, they have other departments that they focus on it more, which is displays, for example. Samsung, even they are supplying to Apple displays. So displays, which is like the screen.
Yeah.
So basically the touch screen that you have on iPhone, it's actually Samsung display, and they are outsourcing it from Samsung.
And it will be still outsourced.
Yeah, but Apple is crazy.
Because you could probably enhance the display as well, right? If you would like to.
So who knows, in the future, maybe a CEO of Apple will just order them, hey, let's do our displays ourselves as well. And they will invest into the R&D team to make it possible. It
would be funny if in 2 years' time turns out Nokia all of a sudden just
come back.
Yeah, pushes everybody out. Samsung, Apple just leave behind.
Yeah, nothing stays the same. Apple is good today. Who knows after 2 years?
It should be some point that it doesn't really matter what brand it is, right? Because it seems to me that most of the important things in tech are almost always sort of standardized, in the sense that you have a brand maybe, but basically it uses the same standard technology that everybody, and so the price is maybe most likely the real factor in deciding which one model to buy, and probably the second is the service, well, the customer experience, support, I guess, the Steve Jobs type of scenario. Because if everybody is equal functionally, then what do? You just go with emotions, I guess.
Did you ever think like 15 years ago that you would have like a touch screen phone or something that would be totally different?
So 15 years ago, 2005, 2005.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't?
It came out, the first iPhone, it was 2007,
Okay.
8.
Well, I think they used to say that the first touchscreen was in some 1980s. The technology, a screen where you could actually
Capacitive,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
You had to like almost destroy it in order to respond.
And 2005, I do know for sure that I sort of expected telephones to be much more versatile because I had seen what are those personal assistants or
Mhm.
you know those type of little small, because they used to look like phones but they had almost always a what's it called, a stylus, I guess, right? And
Mhm.
yeah, you could actually press on the screen as well.
Yeah.
But it was yeah, compared to nowadays, it's just totally rudimentary,
Mhm.
right? But yeah, it was definitely something. What got me confused was when the iPhone came out, right? It had no buttons at all, and yeah, it didn't really strike me as something. Oh yeah, that's totally. Because at that time, when the first iPhone came out, it just reminded me of the iPod. Because I think they were sort of similar at one point,
Yeah.
right? And so yeah, I think yeah, all right, just almost an iPod with a GSM option.
Yeah, even in the presentation, Steve Jobs was presenting it like that before he shows it to the people. Say, an iPod, and what did he say exactly? He said an iPod and a phone. Yeah,
Mhm.
an iPod and a phone. We're presenting today an iPod and a phone, and he like repeated it like 3-4 times, and people were thinking that he's releasing 2 new versions of both of these.
Yeah.
So it was tricking the audience. And then he said, do you get it? It's an iPod and a phone. It's iPhone. And then he showed. And everybody was like, whoa. Because there was any leak that they're going to do that.
Mhm.
Or there wasn't any indication or rumor that this is going to happen. So,
As far as I remember, it wasn't really a big revolution at first. It just started picking up steam once. I can't remember, but I think once the second iPhone came out, because it sort of got the trend going by them just releasing new models and getting the functionality. Because I think the first iPhone wasn't really that much useful. Right?
Yeah.
It was just a phone.
Yeah, but it was crazy that actually at that time browsers wasn't a thing on a phone, and they said to the people, imagine you have a browser what you use on the computer, the same of it on the
No, wait a second. Browsers
phone.
and phones were a thing because Blackberries.
it was, but like
Nokia.
I mean like that you have the full functionality that you can open like applications on it. Like I mean inside of the browser itself you can do things by your finger, you know, like
Yeah, that's the whole the whole experience, how you manipulate the device was totally different. And at first I think people were just a little bit confused, but once the second generation came out, they started getting it because the memory was getting better, the performance started getting better. And I remember thinking, what should I think of this, right, in 2007, 2008, but by 2012, all right, I need a smartphone. Right, it's just no comparison anymore. 4 years have passed. It's what can you do?
Yeah, so the overall lesson that we get from it actually is that people take stuff only and believe in stuff when it's so simple to understand. They don't actually mostly tech is something, and as you said, like the browser was there, for example, in the BlackBerry, but you had to like go with that rolling wheel, and then you click, and then you type.
And
it was like the experience was horrendous.
And there's the famous Steve Ballmer interview, right?
He was laughing on it.
Nobody in business will buy something without buttons, right? Yeah, because it was difficult to imagine, that it can actually work without those bezels.
Yeah.
But but see, here's the thing: all right, somebody had a good idea, somebody had made a nice execution. The question is, what comes next? Or is it possible to have something next? Right? Because you have the physical limitations still. There's no, at least currently, there's no chance that this form factor will change because the pockets are what they are, right?
Mhm.
It's not like you will fold out some big.
I don't want to scare you, but it's gonna go to your brain.
Oh, you mean those? I remember Elon Musk talking about Neuralink.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is real, and this can happen.
Well, but that's something you should consider as probably an aid to your brain function, I guess. Right? It's not really any more. It's almost like an enhancement of your, I don't know, brain activity.
The
function.
closer one can be voice activated stuff. So
Mm.
instead of you interacting with your finger and trying to do some physical interaction with the product,
Mm.
you will just talk and it will understand you. So it will all depend if it's gonna happen or not. It will all depend on how smart can you make that artificial intelligence to understand the natural language of people.
Like if it can self-learn.
Yeah, and like really listen as much as they can to people and learn from their natural tones and natural transitions. What do they need? What do they imply while you're there doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Combined as well with computer vision, it can be a very powerful tool.
You know what the most compelling selling angle would be for those things? If you could sort of substitute yourself in the workplace. Let's say you are the physical John Adams, for instance, right? You go to a workplace, you are hired. Now you have the task of doing X, Y, Z. That you have those options of actually creating that artificial intelligence in such a way, or training it in such a way that after a month or so, you just don't show up at work because the tasks are being done by your personal assistant AI, right?
That can be possible too. But
And
I
why
think
would they pay?
why would they hire even somebody for the work?
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, right? I think it was already after the Industrial Revolution a common misconception that technology is bad for the economy and people because they basically displace workers, and so it's just a almost erosion of skills and livelihoods. And yeah, historically, it's proven out to be exactly the opposite, right? It just frees up more time for people to do other stuff.
Yeah.
Most of the time, it has. Yeah, I guess there should be some things that really did turn out not that good, right? But I cannot think of any. Other than that, yeah, most of the time it's just whether or not if you are, I don't know, let's say you are a 55-year-old person. You only worked in a specific area all your life, and now something just comes, and in 2 years' time you're out of luck, right? Yeah, that's not really favorable, right? You won't go learning to code, right?
Yeah, right now, like, what I'm thinking, like, okay, if that industrial revolution wouldn't be there, how the world was gonna be right now? Like,
The same as in some, I think, third world countries are called third world countries in part because they have the standards of living and the life expectancy of Europe or the Western countries of the 18th and 19th century. I think I don't know the specific criteria, but I think some part of it was related to the fact that yes, the way we see what the difference is, that in the Western world you have running water, infrastructure, different type of technological aids, and in the third world you just have the simple manual labor type of economy that was still around before the Industrial Revolution in Europe. And so I guess if the Industrial Revolution hadn't happened, there would be far less people on the world, that's for sure. And as the second thing is, I guess everybody would be just more sick and bored.
And basically the economies will be based on maybe agriculture.
Which would be fine. I mean, look at it in a new age type of light. Nowadays, the most luxurious, or not the most, but many luxurious things, or just some type of privilege access, is the things that used to be commonplace just 100, 200 years ago. Because if you say nowadays, if you say something is organic or eco-friendly, yeah, it used to be the standard, right? It's just that the petrochemical industrial complex got in between, and now we got used to melons in the winter, right? But yeah, other than that, it's basically, if something is a positive of that, it's a learning curve, because I guess once you just accelerate the progress, it should come to a place that you don't really need any of those chemicals, additives, anything. You can actually make organic and nice stuff with the same, well, not cheapness, but efficiency, I guess, as the what would be the word, synthesized ones, in a sense. I guess so.
Yeah, or maybe we can call them artificial.
Artificial, right? Yeah. Because that would be a nice benefit, right? That's not really related to, I don't know, some type of capitalists earning more billions, but actually to have billions of people access to more clean water, or whatever the case. Because I remember, was it American Flint, Michigan, where they still didn't have some type of public water filtration system or something like that, where they have still lead or something like that in the water, right? Which is crazy. 21st century, the most well-developed economy in the world, and they
in quotations.
What?
In quotations.
Do you think?
Yeah, they look like, I think they are bubbling themselves, kind of, that America's great, America's really nice, we have the best things,
but it is
the best tech, the best stuff.
Right? It has the bad and the good at the same time, but just not in the same place.
Technically, right now, they are not. They are not the best, like, in a lot of things right now. Like, a lot of things. Yeah, they can be the best in order to catalyze tech. But when you look to a lot of other things, they are not in control anymore of a lot of things. Such as, if they are making, let's say, tech, if in the hardware space, let's say, and they want to manufacture it somewhere else, and everybody's saying, well, we don't want to work with you, America, anymore. Your market is not interesting for us. The amount of quantity that we're gonna supply to you is not that big enough. They are screwed. All the technology that they are doing worth nothing, right? Technically.
But isn't America still the number one country holding patents and inventing things?
Yeah, but is it in use?
Most of it, probably.
Who's manufacturing it?
Most of the time, outside.
If the manufacturers say, well, America, I don't like how do you treat me,
then
and I will not supply you.
Then if I'm America, say, shut up or I'll send the army.
That's the thing.
So? I'm right.
You're right, but send the army. Will they win? With China, for example, right now. Will they win?
Yeah, sure.
So, whoa.
That's not even a comparison. I mean, I do understand, let's say, the numbers game, because India and China have I don't know how multiple fold in manpower, so to speak. But I'm pretty sure one American could easily drop 100 Chinese, just because of because it's a totally different. I don't know how would I call it, culture, mindset. the capitalist societies are mostly tended towards individual freedoms, right? Whereas the Eastern big countries are more towards collective interests, which are, in a sense, is good when you want to build, well, let's say, big infrastructure objects. But when it comes to individual skills, it's probably not that good, right? Because then you have probably lots of people who are just trained to specialize in some type of field in the bigger economy, but they don't have the adaptive skills that an American would, who has the options of, going, I don't know, 10 ways. And if he goes one way and then afterwards decide to go another route, he can do that. And it's possible, right? He has the social security, all the freedoms. So, and when it comes to the firing power, so to speak, I think it's a big plus, because then you can adapt the economy more easily for whatever is relevant. It seems to me, at least, because historically, once you have freedoms, for individual freedoms, it means that, let's say, out of 10,000 people, somebody will actually do something with their freedoms that maybe creates another industry or another branch of some type of economic activity, which afterwards turns out that, actually with a little bit of tweaking, we can actually use this as almost like a cyber warfare type of skill, right? All right, granted, once it's up to a point that it is sort of exportable, yes, China will try to copy it, just to basically just rip it off, right? Yeah, sometimes it may work, sometimes it may not, right? Whichever it is, I don't know. But that's the thing. It originated from there, from that mindset, from that culture, not from there, right? They just say, all right, seems good. Can we make it? No. Can we invent it? No. Can we actually just copy it? Yeah, why not? So if you are in a constant state of copying, I would say it lessens the country's ability to actually go to a conflict, because they are used to handling it from the other way around, right? I think you probably mentioned.
Yeah, it is just the most problem that they have right now. Actually, the disadvantage is China right now is actually catching up, so they don't anymore just focus on copying. That's the problem. So right now, for example, a company like Huawei, they are the leaders in 5G. Huawei, yes. They are the ones actually who worked with the high institutions in Europe and Asia to actually standardize 5G.
Okay.
So right now, in terms of new technologies, it didn't, like, it's not anymore that the new tech is coming from USA even. Like, they like bunch of all the companies that they actually do things. It's in USA, but most of the R&D right now and everything, they are like focusing, okay, let's make our R&D centers in China. So that China is getting that as an advantage to teach its young people, and they did that for the past 20 years. And right now the Chinese people are like crazy good at stuff, crazy good at inventions. Like, just there's one documentary that I actually recommend you to watch. It was from if you just type on YouTube like hacks documentary Shenzhen.
Okay.
And they will like get you like around 2 hours talking about how Shenzhen right now is actually the catalyst for all the inventions and innovations related to hardware.
Just consumer hardware? What type of hardware?
All hardware, starting from robotics, IoT, consumer electronics, everything. They are doing it way much better right now than the Americans.
I'm a skeptical hippo right now.
Just open the documentary and you'll see what I mean by that. So
hacks, Shenzhen.
It's because of right now the capabilities. Right now, for the American order to do stuff, they source the stuff from China. Well, the best components, the best microphones right now is made by Chinese companies. The best this and best that is done by Chinese companies.
What was the documentary?
So like on YouTube, like if you went on YouTube, it's like HAX
H
AX
AX.
and then Wired. Was it? Yeah, Shenzhen. You know, like Shenzhen. Yeah, the Silicon Valley of hardware.
This one?
This one.
Okay.
So yeah, it's around 1 hour. Yeah. So watch it, and it's pretty crazy that you'll see how they are.
I still haven't watched it, but I would say don't believe the hype, man. Don't
It's
believe
not
the
hype. It's not hype. They're just like showing you in real, like how stuff is going on there.
Well, the
And-
one thing that surprised me was, when I had a guest from China, or several guests from China, they said that they are so accustomed to paying with the phone that they are really a little bit taken aback when they come here and they have to put out their either physical money or cards. That's about it.
Yeah, because like they're insane there in terms of controlling citizens. Yeah, about
Exactly.
freedoms and stuff like that. This is another topic. But in terms of actually producing the tech, they are leagues ahead. Producing it.
But do you mean in a sense of using mostly software and intellectual capacity? Because of course, numbers wise, from 1 billion people, you will have relatively more mathematicians, programmers, everything,
Mhm.
right? But when it comes to the capitalistic freedoms,
Mhm.
those are the real accelerators. I mean, that's why you are related to startups.
Exactly, but actually, when you look at China, like they're not that.
Oh, wait for it.
Okay, like the idea that China is like the communist part of the world, them and Russia in a way. They
No,
are,
Russia is already.
but Russia is already like not trying. They're already right now kind of capitalist, yeah, but with some sense of the history.
Brutal capitalist, yeah.
Yeah, with some history, like, but what I mean about China right now, like, if you want to be an entrepreneur, China is Chinese, you can be, and you can earn a lot of money and be an entrepreneur by yourself, and the government is not eating from you, it's not taking from you to feed the people.
Now that is a little bit too risky of a statement. Why do you say so?
Because you can do so as a foreigner or as a local right now, to go and establish business in China and be rich. To give you an example, the drone company DJI, it's founded by a Chinese founder. It's actually the most advanced right now drone manufacturer in the world,
Okay.
like consumer drones. So if you want to buy a drone and fly it somewhere, you buy from DJI mostly. They're one of the best, if not the best, arguably.
Okay.
And the founder of it is Chinese, and that guy, like, is mega rich.
Mainland Chinese or Taiwanese Chinese?
Mainland. In Shenzhen, inside the territory, and the company is registered inside, and the guy is from mainland China.
Okay.
And that guy is multi-billionaire, and he started from nothing.
Right. But what would it mean for him to be the leader in drones if you have alternatives in drones, right? In the world.
Yes.
Because then his sort of a big competitive advantage in that market is probably just scale, right?
Just look,
Access to scale.
the quality is unprecedented. It's
Wait a second, are you saying that
really nice.
they make their own hardware in a way that nobody else can copy it?
Hardware and software, nobody can catch them easily. Because
Are you sure?
check it out. If you don't believe me, check it out.
So what about the
DJI,
Germans?
just as well, like, save it, DJI, and search.
I know the company, but
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds so strange when you say their technology is so ahead of everybody else, because it totally doesn't. I mean, if you would say, let's say 10 years ago, yeah, Skype is so far ahead of everybody else in the voice over IP business. All right, I would believe you, even though it might not be true even at that time. But yeah, sounds reasonable. Right now, you're saying DJI. So with what?
With what? With the market share. Like market share, like simply proves it. Like, hey, everybody's buying us, even with the same price out there, but people are choosing us because of the quality. So just like it, sometimes it makes me brain dead.
Are you really thinking that's related to quality?
It sometimes give me a brain dead, because like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, somebody's like actually is gonna tell me as Fady 3 years ago, like the Chinese is doing the best quality product in that certain category. I'll say you're fooling me. But once I'm more and more like entered into the business and actually working and doing products, that's the truth.
I see your point, right? It's just that on a overall scale, I would still feel pretty confident in saying at least half of them as what they're doing is rubbish.
Okay, well, because they have a lot of billions of people, they want to produce stuff for people who want to buy $5 drones, so they will just.
Because I remember reading a book where it said that basically it sort of touched upon the things you mentioned, that the China has those ambitions to actually be not just a follower but also a leader in different sectors. But the whole premise of the book was that is mostly utter nonsense. Here's why, right? And so it was a little bit, of course, one-sided because it was written by an American. But the point was that basically the person who wrote it had extensive experience of doing business in China, seeing how they do their management, how they do their planning, what is their social impact or political impact in different things. And so he basically said there's no real comparison, and he mentioned several, well, technically they are just anecdotes, I mean, from personal experience, mostly related situations. But he mentioned that he went to some type of partner factory, saw something was really going against not just standard business practices, but also against some type of environmental rules and some big stuff, right? So he said to the local manager, hey, you cannot do this, right? You cannot do this. So the manager says to him, all right, I'll tell them to not do that when you are here. Right? So no, that's not the point. That's not the point. You just cannot produce these things where it's like almost the analogy was like almost producing children's toys with lead paint, right? Almost like that. So you just cannot do this, right? So no, I'll tell them not to do this when you are here. and so he mentioned this as a thing that there is too little concern with safety, efficiency, and what's the right word? I guess longevity, in a sense, right? Because it's a now more culture, in a sense, right? Which decreases the effect you want to achieve. The more you want, the less you get per one unit. And so he actually considered maybe this will all change. And so he basically said he doesn't see any chance of being that unless they change their political system. Because the point was, because he wasn't even really complimenting America that much, but his basic point was, yes, if you allow people to be themselves and to pursue their interests, most of the time society will be the benefactor of those mavericks who just go out and do something. So when you say that in China you could be actually an entrepreneur and just roll, you do understand that Chinese government is pretty strict of somebody being too influential, because in a sense, yes, I guess there's a big option to have an idea, to find the resources, find the logistics, and create and distribute. I grant you that.
So yeah, for sure, I agree with you as well on that part that they need to open up. That's for sure, and that's a big deficiency right now. It's actually limiting their potential. So,
That's what I mean.
Yeah. So
I'm not
you're
saying that
totally
they
right.
don't have the potential.
Yeah, they do have. The only thing that I'm surprised about is that it's like, well, they are closing so much, but okay, you don't see like the most billionaires are out from China or something like that. But when you look at it, like, this is such a land of opportunity right now for many people.
Is it worth it? Because I remember hearing about the story about Google, basically telling that Google had the chance to be in China, but to comply with their type of some rules.
Yeah, so
right?
This is the issue. Yeah, when it comes to software, I agree with you. You're gonna be a lot limited because software will touch a lot of things related to politics. Once you come to politics, yeah, that's a red line in China.
Okay.
But once you're doing just a product, sell to people and become rich, they don't have a problem with that. They just are afraid that this product that you're gonna do in the long term will affect their own views of security and their views of how to control the world with it. So this is a thing. So in order for you to go and develop whatever you want to develop, basically you own the IP, right? You have it in terms of, even if you're gonna make it public, at one point it's gonna expire. And it will be for the public after 20 years or something like that. So anyway, people knows about it, know that you have a patent and what is the contents of that patent. They don't limit you, tell you, don't use it outside of China. So basically, you're going to take everything that you own and get out the second day if China is not your place, right? So what I want to say is, there's like some people, they call themselves nomad capitalists. Okay. So they say go where you are treated best. So basically, you're treated as a person where you're gonna benefit the most. That's what they want to say. That a country is a transaction for you. So basically, you'll just go get the benefits for your goal that you're setting for yourself. Get what you need and just escape whenever you think it doesn't make sense anymore. So I feel that's the truth. Even our countries, everywhere in the world, including US, here, Egypt, Kyrgyzstan, whatever country it is in that world, the government is looking at us as an opportunity in a way. Like
as an exploitable resource.
Yeah, sure. It's a resource. So they want something from you and in return want something from them, right? Yeah. So at the end, they're not doing it for charity or just because we are their sons or daughters or whatever. So basically, if they're not giving you what you need to look to it somewhere else. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking always about. Like, for example, my case, like, does Egypt want me right now? Do they care about what I'm doing in terms of tech, this and that? No. So I get out, I see the best place where I can do that, and then I go to the second best place or the first best place after that, after I achieve my goal. It depends really on what are your goals. So from a person perspective, I think, like, if the Chinese, they don't like where they are, get out.
Wait a second, the Chinese people?
Yes, you can get out. Can't you?
I don't know.
You can.
Yeah, I don't know.
You can get out.
There are lots of Chinese actually in Lithuania. They're living there actually, and they became Lithuanian citizens. I met them. Here's
the funny thing, in Latvia as well. But the thing was, after the financial crisis hit in 2008, several, especially European countries, invented something they called golden visas, which means you could actually buy property, for instance, or some type of, part of a company for a certain amount of money threshold, and then you could get the permanent residence permit. So, yeah, many people, and then once it got too popular, the government just said, all right, we'll just raise from, let's say, 40,000 euros to 200,000 euros. Oh, still not enough. All right, we will put it at 200,000 euros, and then every 2 years, some type of flat sum you pay us still, right? So it just curbed the enthusiasm, and now it's, I think, almost totally waned off. Yeah.
We heard about that. And like, for example, like back to the Chinese thing, is like, if they want to get out really and they have money, or they made money, or they want to still make money or be just an employee anywhere in the world, they still pretty much can do. And they are needed, because everybody wants to go and do stuff in China. So even if he's gonna work as a translator or whatever, we just met a Chinese national just
3
a week
days
ago.
But see, you
4
mentioned
days
that you
ago.
met a lot of Chinese in Lithuania. Are those people really inventors, creators, or just
employees?
flight capital?
No, employees. And I met before entrepreneurs. I met before cleaners, just that people want to come out and do like really, like, as we consider as like low tier jobs, but it is, they just decide, let's get out of China, I don't want to be there. And they don't block these people from coming out. If you want to come out, the passport, come out and find your place.
Because I would have understood if you had said South Korea is the place to be, for instance, right? Because South Korea is probably the best of both worlds in a sense, I guess.
Kind of, but it's very expensive to do stuff there.
It's very
for a reason, probably, right?
Yeah, but still in China you have freedom, especially as a foreigner. You have freedoms. Yes.
Damn, dude.
Where
do you get your information?
Just get a VPN, and you are out on the internet doing whatever you want. That's if you are worried about internet. Just don't talk about their politics, and they are okay.
Here's the thing. If you have the option of using the VPN in China, don't they still have a chance to somehow track you?
No, there are some VPNs which is point-to-point, which means that you don't pass on the Chinese servers. The connections just go through the wires and it's encrypted. So even the Chinese cannot understand what is that message. It's electrically encrypted.
So there's no way?
There's no
Or
way.
just a too much of a hassle way?
There's one technology right now, VPN technology, and if you are going, like, for example, ExpressVPN, these guys, like, they get you out of the firewall, China firewall, without any records.
But if they can get you out, why wouldn't they be able to actually get you also in without you knowing that you're in?
What do you mean get you in?
No, I mean, alright, one thing is, alright, you want to escape the firewall, right? You do that.
Yeah.
But you want to still stay anonymous, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess so.
And you are.
Really?
They don't know. They don't know anything. Like, it's just simply...
So are you saying I'll just watch too much Bourne Legacy and Ultimatum movies, right? The Bourne Identity.
So, like, technically it's feasible that you don't get, like, seen through your connections if you have, like, a really good, legit VPN. Like the one that I said, the ExpressVPN.
Okay. Do you have any ideas of about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency?
Yeah, but I'm not, like, really good about it. I just know what it is. What do they do with it? But I didn't research so much about it.
But does it sound something like it has some potential for business in the future?
I'm not sure. I really am not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Really am not sure. Do you have any idea about this?
No, but I think like gold will be always, I mean, you know,
the way to save stuff?
Yeah, but
I don't know. How many people do you know who store gold?
Well, maybe you know.
I know one very, very famous investor.
What do you understand with very, very, very famous?
Like that he's really like very famous and very successful.
Where?
His name is he's an American. I forgot his name.
That Korean Chinese, you know, the author of Poor Dad and Rich Dad.
Robert Kiyosaki.
Robert
Yeah,
Kiyosaki.
Yeah, exactly.
He stores a huge chunk of his money in gold.
That we really don't know, right? He's a real estate guy, first and foremost.
Yeah, he is. But he says like, we did our like all of our like net value in the beginning with gold, and until right now we like prefer gold to store some chunk of our money.
Yeah, once you reach that type of wealth, yeah, you just diversify,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
But yeah, they got their start definitely with just properties.
With properties, yeah. That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So are you saying that you, once you are here finished in Riga, you will be going back to Lithuania, and then in a year's time, will have found enough investment for you to have a product out in 2022?
It may sound optimistic to say that we're looking actually for investment, the pre-seed investment right now, which is around 50K in next 2 months. And after 9 to 12 months, we can actually crowdfund.
What?
Crowdfund means like we open for pre-order.
And then
So-
what's the timeline after that? Once you start crowdfunding?
Around like June, July, we're gonna launch next year, 2021.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna deliver maybe October or November. So 1 year.
Next year?
Next year.
All right. Sounds.
We're in the middle of development already, so we just need electronics and software just to optimize it, and then we're gonna pretty much be ready for marketing for 6 months. We're just gonna prepare marketing.
What's your take on marketing? I think marketing could actually be the most important thing in the 21st century business world, right?
It is. Without marketing, like even if you are making the most technology advanced thing in the world, without marketing, you're worth nothing.
And you, from a designer standpoint, do you like it or hate it?
I hate it. That's why I have her as a co-founder.
Well, nothing personal.
Not I hate you, I hate it. I hate the topic. But yeah, you love marketing, right? You adore it, actually.
No, I like actually to get inspired from people who are doing actually those kind of ads, like interesting ads, not like just like popping up or something.
Yeah, not like the ad. What was that artist that was annoying you sometimes when you were complaining about it?
I forgot his name, but yeah.
Yeah.
For example, in Lithuania, I don't know. Do you know Walt? Yeah, of course you know because you have, right? No.
Walt, yeah.
Walt or
yeah.
Bolt? Here they have Bolt.
For food delivery, Walt, I guess, yeah.
Both.
Bolt as well?
Bolt food and Walt, yeah.
Yeah, Walt. So I guess I don't know how much did they invest in advertisements in Lithuania, but it's been 7 months that I'm getting in every YouTube view Walt advertisement. So and it's not cheap for you to advertise your thing on YouTube. I mean, you have to invest.
I guess it depends.
But imagine every view, by opening every video, you are getting that advertisement.
So have you clicked? Walt. Have you ordered something?
And she never clicked. And she said well, I already know them once. I don't need to click from here. Even they wouldn't know from the link of the track because I will just go to the application without clicking in the middle of a video. Okay, I know that you are there already. So why are you retargeting me for 7 months?
It's been 7 months. 7 months that we came to Lithuania, and I'm still getting this kind of advertisement.
And
Nothing
you haven't
new.
ordered?
Not
once.
We're broke. I mean, we don't we don't order. I mean, we are trying to cook by ourselves because it's kind of more affordable. We're trying to focus more on product which we're working on and trying to save money as much as possible. I mean, it's.
Do you guys earn money while you're still in Lithuania?
We do some part-time jobs, online jobs, that
which is
helps.
Which.
But we have a lot of savings as well, but it's already almost done.
Yeah, because we spent everything on the project. I mean, we're bootstrapping by ourselves. I mean, without asking anybody's help. So till now, I guess we did really good job. I guess
until now, yeah.
But Fady is always underestimating himself. I mean, I'm always trying to remind him, okay, we're okay. I mean. It's coronavirus as well came right after we entered Lithuania. Everything was closed. We were what the hell? I mean, what should we do?
And investors like took this, say for 6 months, we're not accepting any proposals. Let's see where it goes.
Yeah, but then like we were really depressed. I mean, we were trying to do by ourselves. And then like we were accepted by Google for startups, pre-acceleration program. So they accepted us like out of 120 startups. Like there were 10 startups who
Get accepted.
got accepted.
Worldwide?
They collected
region.
from the Eastern and Central and Eastern European region, 120 applications. They actually turned it down to 20. They chose 20, and they made like a 3 days bootcamp.
Yeah. And
to
then
see the motivation of the guys in these 3 days and choose 10 out of the best performing teams.
Yeah, and then out of 20 we were chosen, like they chose 10 startups. And yeah, we were like, getting like working on the project with their mentors, with Googlers who were working in Google with the people.
Mostly it was business model stuff related to business management.
Customer development, something.
Was it really useful?
It was really. It made actually huge development in our project. And plus, like using our money as well, we did those kind of prototypes, like looks like prototypes. We bought actually the electronics and we bought some acoustic stuff for our project. So it's expensive. I mean, okay, we're earning part-time right now. I mean, like we're freelancing, but it's enough only for sustaining ourselves.
What do you do as freelancers?
So, for example, for me, I make PCB design, which is like motherboard design kind of things.
For whom?
Electric design. For anybody who's working on a new project, something like that they want to get out to the world. So they basically say, I want to make an alarm, for example, and I want to design the electronics inside of it, but I don't have any background of it. Let's just take the project, design it, quote it, how many hours that I'm gonna work on it, and just finish it, deliver it to them, tell them where to actually produce it, and that's it.
For me, like
and that's a part-time job?
Yeah.
Sounds exhausting.
It's part-time job,
but he's trying to balance between the project and because we need to survive. I mean, like it's so
you get like maybe one per month. One part-time job per month,
which allows you to pay the rent.
To pay the rent. Yeah, for example, if she got something, we're gonna like cover the food, and here it goes.
For me, like I'm just basically working with my previous companies. I mean, they are, for example, asking me to reach out another company which B2B. I mean, which they want to collaborate. So using my language skills, I'm just going.
Lucky you.
Trying to make some deals with exports and imports, and
How many languages do you know?
It's for Latvians. I mean, it's okay. They also know Russian. I mean, like me, Russian, English, and Turkish. I mean, Turkish and Kyrgyz, they were kind of similar. And Kyrgyz, 4 languages. It's not a big deal here, because like Latvians, they're also polyglots.
I just know English and Arabic. Should I be shy?
Is the Egyptian Arabic different or same as in Turkish?
No, Turkey actually they don't talk Arabic at all. They have their own language, Turkish. Right. Yeah.
They used to have Arabic though, right?
Arabic alphabet.
Yeah.
But it's totally different language, but has the same alphabet. But they changed it to Latin 100 years ago.
We were also using Arabic alphabet as Kyrgyz people, and then we changed to Latin and changed to Cyrillic when. Yeah. But
for us, we use we have Arabic which is called Fusha, which is the original type of Arabic. This is the whole Middle East region. They know about it, or they know how to speak it and write it and everything, because as well it's related to Islam and stuff like that. So almost everybody's teaching it in school, while everybody has their dialect, but mostly we can understand each other really easily throughout all these dialects, except for the Western African region. They have different dialect that can be a bit hard on people to understand.
Well, only suggestion is everybody just speaks English, right?
Yeah.
I'm in support of that. I love it. I totally love that everybody can just speak the same language. Everybody can understand each other. Maybe there will not be any wars anymore in the world because at least people can communicate.
By the way, speaking of Egypt, Egypt has probably the biggest chunk of the economy related to tourism, right?
Yeah, it
But
is.
with coronavirus.
That's true. Yeah. But actually, they are doing well right now in terms of economy. Surprisingly for me, I'm an Egyptian. I don't understand how they are surviving right now, and actually, the government is handling it really well, which is weird. They were not that good.
What
before.
changed after the Arab Spring?
Yeah, after the Arab Spring, we went through a lot of ups and downs. It was crazy. So after we kicked out that guy who stayed for 30 years, Mubarak.
Was he really bad?
He wasn't bad actually. He was really loving the country, but the problem is he didn't control the people that they were under him. They were full of corruption, and he was knowing of it, but he knows that he cannot do anything about it. At the same time, he was sharing in it. So at the end, he's the one to blame at the end. That you're the one who's responsible. You know about it. Why didn't you fight it? Even if it's gonna be on your death, but it's for the sake of people. But he didn't do it, which is very pathetic. So people, of course, including my family, everybody was pissed off at the amount of corruption, but we regretted that we removed him actually.
Why?
The country became really unstable, and we weren't ready for freedoms because
it's the Americans again.
It is not about the Americans. It's
Don't you think?
the destiny of people in the people's hands. Yeah, even if Americans are pushing people, still you have your own brain to understand. Is that something that's coming from outside, but actually will not benefit me or not? The problem is with Egypt that why it failed, that Arab Spring, and again
it failed. Arab Spring.
For us, it kind of failed.
Okay.
We kicked one, but we brought another one.
Which is logical, right? Because it means that...
another from the same type.
Yeah, but it's logical because it means that the one piece wasn't the problem. It was just a symptom of a problem. So once the problem is not fixed, or unless the problem is fixed, the piece will be similar all the time.
Yeah, the thing is, we said, okay, democracy. I'll say, okay, what was there before? It was kind of democracy. You still was electing that person who stayed 30 years on paper. Yeah, you are gonna argue that it is faked or it is whatever you're gonna call it. It's not true. He's getting 90%, but he doesn't deserve it, or he didn't even get it, but they just under the table they changed the result or something like that. Okay, that's a total another topic. But at the end, you removed the gun. You were successful to kick him out. Right now, who you are gonna give it to? What happened after we removed him? We didn't agree who's gonna take it. Who's really good to take it?
Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants the job? You know, if you go to a workplace and see, what did you do with the last guy? Oh, no thanks.
So that's a good point. So only two were coming and saying, yeah, we can take it. The people that they were under the person who got kicked out,
all right.
And the others are the people who were suppressed from political scene for 80, 90 years, and they are so hungry that they went crazy.
Okay.
Which is Muslim Brotherhood, that they were suppressed by that guy.
So Brotherhood.
So
sounds
Muslim
nice.
Brotherhood
Right?
came out and say, hey, we're getting it. By our blood, we're getting it. Okay, they got it. And actually people voted for them.
The Brotherhood.
The Muslim Brotherhood Party. They
Cool.
call it like that. They were calling it like that. Right now they call it...
Sounds good so far.
Right now they call them terrorists, by the way. And right now they are scattered everywhere.
No, I can still Brotherhood.
Yeah. So it's what happened is that everybody elected that person from Muslim Brotherhood because he was seeming nice, he was talking good, he was better than the other person because we thought that the other person is from the same category. He was supporting the guy that we just removed. So let's try with these people. We tried. Well, in the first 2 years, fake promises, nothing has been done. They're saying we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. The result shows the opposite. So the people again like the idea of revolution. Let's change systems, let's do this and that. So they came out in just 2 years and said, let's remove him, which totally killed the sense of democracy. Doesn't make sense anymore because people are not patient anymore. They said we removed the person who was there for 30 years. So right now, anybody that we don't like, we have the power to remove.
Yeah.
But sadly, when that happened, the people clashed with the military and the police because they are done with that. It's affecting their own organizations. And they didn't want that to happen. So they simply say, okay, the people cannot agree, the people cannot do, the borders are full of tourists, people are entering from here and there. We cannot control anything in the country, so we are leading it back again.
Cool.
And that guy, the leader of the military, said, kick the guy out of Muslim Brotherhood. People are already protesting against him, and there's nobody can lead the country. There's nobody who can lead better than the military. And that's what they did. Although I don't agree and I don't disagree at the same time. I see the both perspectives, and I'm between them. Well, military will provide you security and safety inside of the country, but mostly economically stuff won't be that good because they don't know how to run a country in terms of, as you said, freedom. People will actually think about being like entrepreneurs, doing businesses. Stuff was gonna be in a catalyst way improving. But you come to the side of the equation, tells you something. Other side of the equation, it's not equal to it. So there's imbalance in the whole system. So it's really complicated in Egypt right now. Like people doesn't understand what to do, who to choose.
Are the pyramids safe? Are the pyramids safe?
They are. You can visit them.
I don't know if I can. I would like to see the pyramids, what's all about them. But I think they don't let tourists in, right?
Inside of it?
Yeah.
No, they can.
But then probably just some few.
Yeah, some few pyramids to remember.
Have you been to the pyramids?
Yeah, for sure. And the biggest ones, which is like Khafra, Ankara, the three main ones, you can actually enter, but there's almost nothing inside of them right now. So it doesn't make sense. You're just going to enter.
It's been a few thousand years, so yeah.
Because they just took everything inside related to like the treasures, everything, and put it into the museum. They just even built a new museum that actually includes stuff from Luxor and Aswan and Cairo and Giza. All the good things that's like can be put in a museum. They took it and put it in the museum.
What do the locals, let's say, theorize about how the pyramids get there?
So, I know kind of what people outside of Egypt like feel about it. Say some people are saying aliens, right? We heard like aliens. We hear some stuff.
That sounds the most logical.
Yeah, but like what Egyptians think, and not only think, there's actually proofs. And when you go visit in the museum, you'll actually see the way how they did it. They just didn't know yet what kind of materials did they use, but they know that they did it by cranes and they did it in a certain way. So the way right now is kind of known, but the materials and how did they craft these humongous, very big tools, it's still unknown.
And what was the purpose? Generally speaking, to make such an effort to build just a pyramid in the desert. Well, it's not like you build a shopping mall.
Well, I don't understand it too. Like, what's obvious is just to bury stuff in it and to put all the treasures of the kings in these kind of places. And actually, how big is the pyramid is as much big as the king who was ruling at that time. So, if you are not a king or you are from the elite, you basically get a small pyramid. So actually in Egypt there's not just three pyramids, there are thousands of pyramids.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the other thousands of pyramids, it's just for servants, lower class people. So they were doing it. It's kind of a celebration. It's kind of a monumental thing that you're doing. Like we're doing right now, for example, sculptures. They were doing before pyramids in order to put all the treasures, all the stuff with the person who's dead, just to as well. They thought that. You're gonna go to heaven or the other life with this kind of stuff. So they were putting this kind of stuff because they were thinking that they will use it actually in the afterlife.
I remember either reading or seeing some video, and there's the one famous Swiss author, Erich von Däniken. He's I think worldwide the most famous one, and I think he has written at least 4 books, and partly dealing with Egypt and what they have found over the years in Egypt. And I think it was a video where he said that nobody still could explain why they found in Egypt all those underground tunnels, just lots of kilometers of underground tunnels with mummified animal remains, but those animal remains couldn't be identified to any known animal. So what they theorized was that either there was some species that went extinct, or maybe they were some type of experimental or breeding projects that was just either for recreation or for some specific ritual purposes, but they just found it really awkward because they had it almost down to a science. Once they find something mummified, that they can actually find out what it was, how, everything like that. But he basically said and he likes to theorize a lot, right? He says, well, basically, if nobody can explain it, it might mean something almost biblical, right? So he proposed the theory that they were those hybrids that are being mentioned in different mythologies, like what would be not a cyclops, but those creatures who have, let's say, horse legs but a man's torso, right? Something like that.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting, and it shows how much we think that we are in control of stuff, but actually the nature is the thing that's dedicating things. So after all what they have done, everything have just, like there are a lot of unknowns right now just because of all the environmental changes that happened, all of the storms, all of the things that came and whether dumped stuff with sand or...
right, actually, yeah, when it comes to Egypt, Graham Hancock, I think, is the most prominent author, and he is the one who says that Egypt experienced a major flood, I don't know, somewhere around 10,000 years ago or whatever, and the way he proves it is by some type of remains, some type of erosion. And yeah, as a big cataclysmic event that actually changed a lot of in the past, but that was not really remembered. So he's one of the few who says that Egypt at one point in time was flooded.
Yeah, that makes sense as well. Like there's that thing that we read, like or the question that have been asked, that how the Native Americans went in the first place in America without the ships being even invented.
But how is it related to Egypt?
It's not related to Egypt. It's related to the environmental changes and how Earth has changed. So
you mean the drifting of the continent?
Yeah. So the suggestion was that, like, way back in the days, I don't remember exactly how many thousand years ago. Like whether like the amount of ice in the ice age was really much that they could even walk and travel on ice. That's some suggestion. The other suggestions that actually the land got separated. What amazes you when you even look right now to the maps, there are some continents that actually, if you just get them together, they form actually one piece. Like they enter to each other exactly as one piece. Like think of North and South America.
Yeah, I think that's almost universally accepted.
Yeah.
That the tectonic plates are moving,
Yeah.
and at one point in time, it was almost like a one piece that just separates through time. But when it comes to Latin America and Egypt, I've heard that they found some type of tobacco remains in Latin America, which they are, or vice versa, I don't know. But basically, what they figured out is somebody from Egypt must have sailed to Latin America. And they made good points, which sounds reasonable. Why wouldn't you? If the Phoenicians could have built ships, why not somebody before?
Yeah.
Right.
It's just the problem is like most of this stuff. Like most of the time, we don't find any documentation to anything. So that's what makes mystery a mystery, right?
Yeah. It's too long forgotten to be actually. But then again, I think Turkey comes in, right? Because I think the oldest naval map is from Turkey. I think so. I think they found in a Turkey that was, I don't know how old, but so old that nobody could have believed that somebody at that time could have even known just a part of it. Because I think it was the first world map that was coming from Turkey, some type of general or something like that, or named after some type of general, which outlines all continents except Antarctica. And so they don't understand how that's possible, because at that time they don't have any information that somebody could have sailed the world.
It's really impressive.
I never heard about Turkish map. I mean,
I heard about the actually Turkish site that is very old. I guess I saw it.
the Central Anatolia.
Yeah, it's around that area, but not Central Anatolia, the place that we actually know. It is somewhere in close to Syrian border.
It's called Piri Reis map of 1513. So the baffling Piri Reis map of 1513. Yeah, so some German found out that Turkish cartographer Hagil Ahmet Muhyiddin Piri. So yeah, 1513.
1513. Oh,
Yeah.
so old.
And basically it showed. Oh no, actually no, it showed Antarctica, and that was the thing that was surprised by most, because Antarctica was discovered 300 years later. Yeah. Not only does it show Antarctica, but the continent that is drawn as a landmass, as it would have appeared before it was covered with ice.
Yeah, that like, how did they know that it's a land while they're traveling there? For sure, it's an ice. They didn't have any, sensors or technology.
And here they show satellite maps and the drawings of the map, that they are so precise that it's just it's not a coincidence. Somebody has knowledge of the coastline at that time.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they just hypothesize what could have happened, how. Because 1513, I guess it's the one when the copy was made, but they think that the original mapping was done before that. It's just a copy of the original. So yeah, that the Piri Reis map, that was the one.
It's so
really
interesting.
Because you know what got me really interested again. I saw the documentary on Netflix, I think it's still on, about Bob Lazar, and he's the one dude. Actually, you would probably enjoy him, since you are a technical dude, so in inventing stuff. He was. You probably have heard of the Area 51 territory in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he says he was working there as a technician and as an engineer.
Mm-hmm.
That he was actually recruited to help with sort of understand foreign vehicles, which he basically said he's come to conclude that those vehicles were not from this earth, right? So basically they recovered some type of aircraft, but they didn't understand how they worked. So they hired a bunch of physicists, technicians, to just try to understand how the things work, right? So he described all these things, and he came out in 1980 or so, because what he has a funny story, right? He was working there; it's all top secret, right? Nobody can know about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then he lost his security clearance, and the reason was because his wife had cheated on him. He didn't know anything about it, but his wife had cheated on him, so it was viewed as a potential risk for the husband to have a security clearance, right? Well, yeah. So he lost his security clearance. Something in between also happened, right, where he just decided, all right, it seems to me I have a little risk if I'm staying anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
So he came out to a journalist, and he basically said, look, I'm not saying I've seen aliens. I'm just saying I worked at the area. I've been there for years, and what I've seen there, what happens is not just top secret. It's beyond this earth, right? So he was coming out in the 1980s, and he sort of got into the mix again in last year when a documentary filmmaker made the documentary about him, because now 30 years have passed. And the funny thing is, the things he was talking about in the 1980s, during this time, during these 30 years, they found out that actually those technologies do exist. But at that time when he spoke, nobody even had ever heard of those things, right? So many people thought, oh, he's just something fake, right? He's just making things up. And during these past 30 years, many of those things he was talking about have appeared. And the funny thing was, he was saying about, he said, we did recover, I don't know if he said alien aircraft, but he said aircraft that wasn't man-made, right? And we understood how its propulsion system works. We understood how actually the design works. But he said the energy fuel, the source, was a chemical or an element, a chemical element that didn't exist. But it was there, right? They said they recovered it. It was there, and in the documentary it says around 25 years later, or 2014 or something like that, it was the first time in the recorded history that in a lab that element was created, right? But he was speaking about that element already in the 80s, that element in a stable form was used as the propulsion or fuel source for those vehicles, right? So yeah, 30 years later, basically they look back, hey, maybe he did tell the truth, right? And so because he's still alive, right? He's still going around, and yeah, he hasn't changed one bit in his story about what happened, why it happened, what did he see, what did he not see. And so the documentary tries to put him in perspective with all different other accounts from different sort of stories together. And yeah, the moral of the story is aliens are real, bro.
So the thing is, like, the two questions that I have about this topic is, how old or how rusty did they find the condition of this kind of stuff or this kind of vehicle? If it's really old and it has been there on Earth for thousands of years, maybe?
No, well, I don't think he was speculating on it. He just said, I just saw the vehicle. I didn't see any. I didn't see all vehicles, but those which I saw, he described in several details, and he said he had seen himself at least 6 types of vehicles. Also just being tested, right? So once, and I don't remember him telling that they were ancient. He basically said that they looked pretty robust and fairly new. But I remember either in that documentary or somewhere else, maybe it wasn't even a podcast, that right. It wasn't a podcast. It was a different Netflix documentary, right. And I don't remember that dude, but I came to that dude because I just read one of his books, and then it turned out he's also really into aliens, right? And so but that dude also seemed pretty interesting in that he described all the witness accounts plus also what documents he has acquired during, I don't know, 20 years. Classified documents that were declassified, documents who were still classified, because he mentions in the documentary that he was that the government tried to prosecute him for revealing top secret information, and then he said we had some type of, not fluke, but some type of a little nuance, and he basically said if the government dropped the charges, because if they had still pursued, they would have that action would have totally validated that information is real, and that's the reason why it was top secret, right? So he basically says, yes, that I showed that information. The government didn't want me to show that information, so they came after me. But once we got into the conflict, our argumentation was, you are actually proving that this information exists. So they dropped the charges. And in a sense, they beat the case by just being totally open with it, right? And and so what they said was that so to put it all in perspective, the Bob Lazar movie plus the other movie, and both of them are on Netflix. So basically, if you just put in aliens, I think they both just come up. The story was sort of like that. World War II, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, nuclear armament, and then the Cold War, right? And the basic idea was that the alien aircraft or those unexplainable events happened mostly around nuclear sites, where they store the missiles, where they store the strategic centers, right? And so they had all those witness accounts, all those people who said, yeah, we had it like recorded, what happened when. And so let's say power outage at a nuclear missile silo, right? Nobody can explain why, but they had all the footages, what happened at what time. So yeah, those witness accounts plus like that. So the story goes as almost in a, I don't know, savior way. Humanity is at the brink of sort of annihilating each other, right? And so those aliens come in and protect humanity from itself. That's the basic story. Yeah. And so, but yeah, the funny thing is that the Bob Lazar story was, he was an inventor. He was like an engineer, just a regular. I think he worked at MIT or something like that. And they just recruited him because he was so inventive, in a sense, as an engineer. And once he lost his clearance, and once he came out with the story, all the organizations tried to deny that he even existed, that he even worked with them. But the funny thing is, there were several things in like newspapers left that actually proved, I think they even, there was one secret organization who said, no, we don't know him, hasn't worked here, nothing. But then somebody else found that, wait a second, you had telephone books for that company, and here it is. right? And that year, look at it. And so they sort of managed to prove that, yeah, he was in those organizations, that he was employed at those organizations, and that he was employed specifically for unknown vehicle propulsion systems, right? And so basically it gives the legitimacy to what he's saying. And the funny thing is, yes, they show you the interviews in some 1980s, right, where he says, yeah, it was like that, and then they show afterwards 15 or 20 years later, and look, this was the news, this happened, and it turns out the thing that he mentioned already 15 years ago, right? So yeah, they put it together, and the whole moral is just basically, yeah, aliens are our friends, I guess. But it's really interesting because it doesn't go the same route as usual, right? That aliens abducted me and they put fingers in all those crevices. No, it's just, yeah, we worked, we saw what we saw, we don't know. And what ties him to Egypt, because Erich von Däniken didn't mention this, but Bob Lazar did, that he had heard somebody either talk or write something along the lines of that the story is that alien visitations have been happening also before in the past, and then that actually alien intervention is the reason why evolution happened for humans, in a sense that humans are a product of genetic modification of gene modification of primates.
Wow.
So that's that. I think he was mentioning that he had heard somebody talk about this, and somebody else had written about this.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that's a whole other theory.
New topic and new, It's a whole new topic and whole new discussion.
Well, when it comes to Egypt, again, it's just that, the Erich von Däniken guy, I remember mentioning him, all those underground burial sites and mummification sites, where they cannot explain what type of animal that is, right? But him explaining that there's the mythological tales of experimenting with different hybrids, and experimenting with different species, right? And nobody really can know for sure, but it definitely is something. When it comes to technical things, that Bob Lazar dude would be something you would probably like, because it's really he doesn't go astray. He's really technical with it. When he speaks, you can tell he's like a physicist.
Yeah.
Right. So that's pretty funny.
Well, one question from my side to you, actually. Like, do you believe that Americans went to the moon?
I don't know if I have any real opinion about it, because it wouldn't bother me if they hadn't. It's not like I was living at that moment and feeling some type of achievement.
Yeah, but why don't you think, why they didn't go back again if they had that technology?
Well, what I do know, America at the time was definitely desperate to win the Cold War, right, in a sense. And at the same time, America was definitely using a lot of drugs. So the 60s and 70s was definitely the best time to get a hoax going, simply because lots of people believed lots of nonsense at that, because it was a hippie movement, right? Hippie movement, Vietnam, lots of LSD, all that mixed combined. JFK shot, right, by a magic bullet, and then why not fake a moon landing? Because they have admitted. I guess that's a fact. They have admitted of using footage, presenting it as a moonwalk, for instance, when they actually had made that photo in some training camp, and that's the fakery. NASA is basically saying, well, it looks better than the real one, right? But see, that's the point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well just show the real one, even though it might not look so nice.
So good, yeah.
Yeah, but their whole argument is it's not like we are trying to fake it. It's just more presentable that way, because they have admitted that they have, let's say, some footage where they have on I don't know, some training center, right, and they just blacked it out in the back, right, and everything else is the same, and but it's really just a photo of a training center, not the real thing, but they had presented it as a real thing because it looks more presentable.
It was funny about that camera guy, was like talking with them, or like was holding them, walking with the camera and something like that.
Walking with the camera?
Yeah, on that, like they were as if they are walking on the moon with the cameraman going in front of the guy, like walking, and they said he's the only one who went actually to the moon. So how the camera was moving by itself? Well, they didn't have the technology to have the camera to move by itself.
Yeah, that might also be. I guess they had some type of static fixture at first. I don't know, but
like the video that they're showing it to now, it's like as if like a real cameraman is like moving with the camera. Like the footage itself, it's like.
You mean of the first moon landing, or some?
Yeah, of the first moon landing.
But isn't the first moon landing just a shot of the cabin, and then Neil Armstrong just comes down the ladder?
No, there's even like a video about like that he was walking and putting the flag. Did you see that one?
Maybe it comes afterwards.
Yeah.
Because the first shot is where he just comes down and then says that it's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Yeah.
Right, and then she just hops around a little bit, and then but it's definitely some fixture, right? Because he's landing here, or for your perspective, here landing, and something's filming him. Right? And so he coming outside, blah 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 blah, and then comes towards it. But I mean, when it comes to those things, I don't know. Maybe they can be explained away, but those are those things where you just say, all right, this just adds up. This just adds up to a sort of theory. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But what the most interesting aspect for me is when it comes to the JFK murder, because technically that's totally real, right?
Mm-hmm.
It definitely did happen, right? But how did it happen? Still unknown. And so that's the funny thing. Without the internet, nobody would care. Well, technically, right? Nobody would care, because it would be too difficult to even ask a question.
Mm.
Where do you ask? Whom do you ask? Right? Now with internet, the world is flat. Right?
Yeah.
But then again, I don't know how it is for you, but when it comes to the internet, damn, never been a lazy or boring day, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can just find out
some videos,
everything. Everything.
That's true. Like it became an integral part of our lives. Like.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about Kyrgyzstan.
Sure.
2.5 hours later, I still don't know anything about it.
Horse? What? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
2 hours later, he doesn't know anything about Kyrgyzstan.
So.
What do you want me to know about Kyrgyzstan?
It's a tricky question, actually. Well, let me think. So basically, I want you to know that we're not Chinese.
And you're not Borat?
Yeah, Borat is they're Kazakhstan, So, and we're not Chinese. So basically, a lot of people ask me what's Kyrgyzstan? I know that it's not famous country. It's like one of the extant countries, but we have our identity. I mean, okay, let's say we speak Russian. We are Mongoloid, maybe race, maybe I can say, but we do have our own language. We do have our own traditions, cultures, and everything. We're not like second variant or type of Chinese people or Mongolian people, you know. I mean, that's what annoys me actually when I go abroad or when I'm in another country. So they are saying like, okay, where are you from? I'm saying Kyrgyzstan. What? Kurdistan? Kyrg what? You know, I'm like, okay, it's a country in Central Asia. It's Kyrgyz Republic, I can say. Okay, where is it exactly? I'm saying like we have borders with China. We have borders with another Stan countries, and we're close to Russia. And so their first question is like, do you speak Chinese? Like, I know, like, maybe, like, you know, we look alike. I mean, like, but it annoys me that, you know, that they don't know anything about us. And it's okay. Actually, I got used to that.
Yeah.
But yeah. So we're basically Turkic country. We have Turkic roots. It's the same, like, for example, Russians, they're Slavs. Let's say Ukraine, Belarus, they're Slavs. And Kyrgyz people, they're Turkic people. So we have I mean...
But do you mean ethnically Turkic?
Yeah. Yeah. Turkic.
You do know that you do not like... you personally do not like a Turkish woman, right? An average Turkish woman.
No. We're totally like...
Part of the Turkish people, they are Turkic. Part of Turkish people are Turkic, but not all of them.
They're mixed
Well, that's
with...
a mix.
Yeah. Because of Ottoman Empire, of course. But they are coming from us, from Central Asia. So they started to move.
Wait a second. Are you saying you are the originals?
Yeah.
And actually, yeah, the Eastern.
But you didn't invent the kebab, right?
Well, we have more advanced kebab.
So actually, like if you split Turkey in half, like Turkey the country, in half, the eastern part of it, like if there are the people like are still there, like they didn't mix with anybody else, they are mostly coming from their area because like they kind of immigrated from like that Central Asian part to it. So actually you can find people who have like some facial, how can I say?
They don't look Arabic.
Maybe.
They don't look Arabic.
No, the southern part, they look like Arab because they mixed with Syrians on the border and stuff like that. But like mostly they will be like from Turkic root. So they always, when you go to these places, they will say, oh, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, so...
Because they know that their roots are from that Central Asia.
Actually, we're like, I mean, we have, I don't know how it's in English, but we call it kurultay, or like I will say the meaning. So it's like a society, Turkic society. Like I mean, like our governments created it in order to unite Turkic countries like Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. Well, Tajikistan is Persian.
I've never heard of the word Turkic countries. That's what surprises me.
Yeah, like basically it's another word of like Central Asia. Yeah, the people of Central Asia, they are Turkic.
But are those countries sort of ethnically related?
Yeah, we're from one root. So basically, you know, Turkish people, in Turkish, there is a word, okay, Turk. So
Turk. Sounds good.
So basically they call themselves Turk.
Okay.
And which is Turkish. And there is another word, Turkic, but in Turkish language it's the same, Turk.
Turk, okay.
Okay. So basically they think, I mean, they don't know like the difference. Like they know, but they think that like, you know, they took actually like the main name of whole Turkish people. But there are Turkmenistan also coming from Turk. But you know, it's like another children of that beginning Turk, okay?
Okay.
So basically Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, what else? Kyrgyzstan, Azerbaijan, Turkey, as well Hungary. Do you know that? Hungary.
Wasn't Hungary...
They are coming from Central Asia as well.
Wait a minute, Hungary wasn't their language related to the Finnish language?
Oh,
The Somugru or something like that?
The modern language, or like back in the days?
No, the current language.
Yeah, the
Hungarian language.
Oh,
Isn't it related to
to
the
to be
Finnish
honest,
language?
I don't have like information about that, but
Mm.
they entered to that Turkic society like recently 2017 or so, because they are coming from Turkic place. I mean, from Central Asia. They were like moving to Hungary because we had like some internal wars at that period of time,
Mhm.
and their parents' name, I mean, was Hun.
Okay.
So
So they fled and they left the land, and they like kind of transition. Some of them they left along the road in Azerbaijan, to that
Usually
area.
Hungarians are definitely not
Turkey.
looking like Asian people, right?
yeah,
No, they don't.
they don't look.
They don't. It's just
But-
like they
but
have
they
some
are-
factors, because of course
But
along.
they are descendants of Asian
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. So they had a lot
Central
of.
Asian people.
Of course, like along the time, like a lot of people mix with each other
Yeah.
along the way, and.
But like they just joined to the Turkic society, and we even like have every year like that nomad games, where also like Hungarian people come and like we are on
The
horses
The
and
Hungarian game.
yeah.
So actually, the moral of the story the more that I know about that kind of cultures as well, I think like there is no certain like pure race or certain
Exactly.
pure
Yeah,
shape of people, because
Except when you probably go deep into the jungle.
Yeah,
Because then they
That's
are
true.
just living, I don't know, 100,000 years just by themselves.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the people in Amazon right now, the people that like
Because there's still,
Yeah,
every once in a while,
definitely.
they still find out that, yeah, some tribe is still living on an island, right?
Yeah.
Or something
Yeah,
like that.
true.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically as well, also adding to that, our languages are similar. Like like Turkish, I'm like already fluent in Turkish. Like
Mhm.
I learned it in maybe less than a year. Like I was already fluent, because our Kyrgyz language is very tough. I mean, like it's like Arabic, but even tougher, I can say, maybe, right? Like you heard about that,
Yeah,
like,
you
when
know,
I was talking.
It,
so
it's really like it's not like they have a lot of hard alphabets, or like hard letters,
Hmm?
but they use all the hard letters after each other.
like
So, yeah.
in that way. But
So it becomes hard. That's why.
Turkish people, like, for example, our numbers are same. In Turkish, for example, one is bir, in Kyrgyz bir, in Kazakh bir, in Uzbek bir. Like Turkic languages.
See,
I mean, it's
the-
just a difference. It's like
the weird thing for me is the only relation I could have in Latvia would be probably Lithuania, right?
yeah,
But yeah, I don't know anything about Lithuanian
Mm.
language. I just know technically,
Sveiki is same. Sveiki.
technically it should be in many respects similar, but yeah, I've had Lithuanian guests. Nope, I don't understand what they're speaking.
Mhm.
Well,
It's really
Several
interesting.
words, yes, because the root form is the same maybe, but other than that, you just
Yeah.
speak English.
What about
English.
Estonian as well?
Well, Estonian, well, that's why I asked about Hungarian and Finnish, because Estonian is, when it comes to the language at least, closer to the Finnish,
Wow.
because they are definitely a separate branch. And
It's really
I
interesting.
think Hungarian was also with the Finnish. You surprised me when you said that they are Turkic, which it means that basically they are Turks who speak Finnish.
I'm not sure about that, but like I forgot about the language things.
Uralic language.
That's really interesting, actually. Like, how do they come from that root, as you said? But like, they have a different language, yeah. So, how
So
that
they are
can
beside
possibly
Poland. What else they have?
be? No, I saying like it's coming from Finnish. It has Finnish roots, so it's really weird because Finland is not that close to Hungary.
I'm just trying to find out which country was it, because it was really, really surprising. So, Finnish. There's Finnic branch, and branch Uralic. Oh, yeah. I guess it goes into a little bigger branch of Uralic languages. That's what unites them. Finnish is under the same Uralic language as Hungarian, and then Mari, whatever that is.
So mostly maybe it's just when they immigrated, they entered as a race, but they learned the language of the area, which was Uralic based.
See, the Uralic languages, which is weird in Europe, for instance, this place where Finland is, and then here you go, Hungary, right? Which is weird because nothing in between them, just here and then you go, finish.
Wow.
And then I don't know. This one is Northern Samoyedic. Never heard of it. But yeah. So yeah, they are under one branch, and Latvian, together with Lithuanian, is another one, and then Estonian is together with those Finnish type of languages.
I feel pity for people that they're studying history, to be honest, because I feel like so bad for the people that they're studying history, because imagine the amount of information that they have to get and link stuff together and write research papers and stuff like that. Oh my god, that's gonna be insane.
I think it's the best because you cannot go wrong. Everything you say is probably somewhat true.
Yeah.
Even though it might be not the whole truth, but just too much of a variability, right?
Yeah.
And when it comes to these, specific niche things, it's weird because I remember reading there was a famous Austrian poet, and he was living during both world wars in Austria, and afterwards he moved, I think, to Sweden, and for a bit also to America, and he described the young people of today will never have the fortitude and the imagination possible. They cannot imagine those times when we as Austrians could just travel to America without any passports, just no border controls, nothing. You just go on the ship, you just drive where you want, get out, nobody's checking you, nobody, right? And then I figured, right, actually that was the case, because I remember, I don't know how it was for, let's say, Kyrgyzstan and Egypt, but in the early 20th century days, lots of people from, I don't know about Central Europe, but Eastern Europe emigrated, and especially emigrated towards Latin America. And the funny thing is, they basically founded different communes, different towns, different regions, and Latvians had their region in Brazil, for instance, right? They called it New Rio, or something like that. And I remember last year, one older lady came here, and she was only speaking Portuguese. She didn't even speak English, but I just took the phone and basically Google translated the conversations. But what she said was, well, I'm here in Latvia because actually my grandparents came from Latvia, right? And now I want to find some ancestry genealogy tree, something like that. But she looked like she could be Latvian for sure, but she didn't speak a word Latvian. She didn't understand. She just said, my grandparents emigrated from Latvia. And then I just started reading upon it. That was a really trend, because you could do that in the early 1900s, when let's say it was 1901, 1902. You just literally got on a ship, drive whatever you want. Nobody's checking, no border patrol, no nothing, right? And then after the world wars, then they started actually bordering up, border control, passports, everything like that, right? And so that's how it that's how it comes to be, because let's say in the 17th century, nobody really cared whether or not he's in the territory of Kyrgyzstan or the territory of Turkey. Right? It's just we just go wherever we want to go, right? And then at some point, somebody just made a post. Yeah, this is the borderline. Right now we are checking. You are Kyrgyz, we are Turkish, right?
Yeah. It's actually really sad. It's really sad. It limited humanity in a way.
I guess so.
Mm.
Now it would be curious to know whether or not we would be able to actually manage opening up again, right?
Yeah.
Because imagine what would it look like? Probably Sweden and Switzerland would be run down with immigrants, right?
Yeah, that's
Norway.
true. Norway especially. I think every second person wants to go to Norway and settle down, including me as well. I mean, it's a beautiful country.
So, what did I find out about Kyrgyzstan? That they are Turkic people.
Yep. And
That we have our
Good kebabs.
they have something actually that's pretty much done here, and I think you know about it. It's called shashlik. Did you hear
Of
about
course.
that term before?
It's Russian. I mean,
Well, it's
but it's
somehow-
Turkic word. Do you know that? Shish. It's coming from shish kebab.
Which is actually
And
but
that's-
it's not really that close to shashlik.
No, it's shish. You know?
Shisha, yeah.
No,
not Nigeria.
no, it's like shishlik like this. You know,
We're
like
not-
it
we're
was
not gonna
coming.
That's
fight
just
on
meat.
the name. It's
That's
okay.
called meat.
It's meat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
So
talk
it's,
English.
It's it's a Turkic word. So Russians, I mean, they did it. I mean,
Yeah. So yeah, you have a lot of good food. I agree on that.
Where's in Egypt?
Egypt, we have pretty much how can I say, dense food. Like
Dense?
really fatty, really like punch in the face kind of food. So when you eat it, really you need to sleep. You feel like you want to sleep just after you finish the meals.
Heavy,
So,
very
heavy. Yeah.
I just know that I think Turkey and Egypt don't have the best sweets. Because I've had some Turkish delights and stuff like that.
you didn't like which?
No.
What?
I don't like it either.
Which
Actually,
one
the
did you
best
try though?
sweets is in the
Jordan.
Syria, Jordan. Oh, they are just insane.
Syria and Jordan?
Yeah, Jordan and Palestinians. That area, that whole area,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
they are really good at sweets, like doing sweet stuff.
Which one did you try in Turkey? Like, do you remember at least, like, how does it look or what it has?
Just like a powdered marmalade.
No,
the
it's
look.
lokum, right?
Yeah, they call it lukum. It's
Yeah.
I don't like it that much.
But baklava, for example, it's good. I like it. Like künefe, like the kind of
The stuff that looks like strings.
That they're made out of sunflower seeds? That one?
No.
No,
Do they make it from wheat?
I guess so, yeah. And then in between they put cheese. It's like amazing. But
no, I don't know
but
that
he
one.
told me that it's from Jordan, actually, the
It's,
origins.
The origins are coming from the
Probably, yeah.
Sham area. It's like basically Syria, Lebanon, like Israel, Palestine, and Jordan.
Sounds believable, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's like they're just insane. Like if you can visit Jordan, like me personally, I want to visit Jordan just for this. But they are anyway doing it in Egypt as well. They do the Jordanian style stuff. They sell it in Egypt, but they say the best to try it is in Jordan itself. It's just unbelievable. Kunefa, they call it kunefa. Just ask them about kunefa. They will make
Kunefa.
It's basically wheat strings, caramelized wheat strings, and they make it in a way that it looks like a pie, and inside of that pie is like cheese, melted cheese.
Wait a second, is it sweet or savory?
It's sweet, but
Sweet.
the
With
cheese
cheese?
itself,
Yes,
it's not salty.
amazing.
It's not salty cheese.
Dude,
It's not salted cheese. They make the cheese, but they don't add on it salt.
But it's amazing. I mean,
but do you mean a solid cheese?
It's like cheese. It's
But
cheese
they
with the
melt it.
texture of the cheese and the taste of cheese,
Dude,
but
I
without
get a
salt.
heavy stomach just hearing that.
yeah.
Trust me, when you try it, you'll change your mind about it.
Okay.
What about you? Like, I have one question about Soviet Union. Like, how do you feel about Soviet Union and Latvia? Like, it was in Soviet Union, of course, and and like, how do you feel about that?
As far as I know, Latvia in the Soviet Union was sort of privileged because we were the most far out Western countries, right? So I've heard that many things when it came to sports, when it came to fashion, when it came to culture, were highly developed compared to the rest of the Soviet Union. But yeah, then again, when it comes to the economy and the political mentality, then if you ask me, the heritage that's left behind is still noticeable, in a sense that people really, I guess, when the Soviet Union fell apart and now Latvia could actually build its own system, didn't have a clue what to do, right? Because they couldn't adapt to a global economy, to a actually free liberty system, right? And I always say that it's mostly related to the changing of generations, because now, let's say, my generation and the next, they are used to the internet, they are used to American television, music, all these things. Now, if I'm honest, I think the best might from the political or social standpoint that the Soviet Union had was to put everything in a fashion that you mentioned, right? That you actually can use something for very, very long if you allow the most needed pieces to be separately changed, right? You don't need to change the overall. So the preservance of resources and the preservance of some economical processes, I think that was more economical. But then again, maybe it was because they didn't have the capitalistic free market system, right? If they had that, maybe they would have done what the Americans did all along, right? Just push consumerism, push just free, unthinking behavior. I don't know.
Yeah.
But if you ask me about, let's say, the Soviet system in general, I would guess the best description would be nice idea, bad execution.
I agree with you.
Because that's the funny thing. Most people remember many things from the past. Because I was born technically in the Soviet Union, but 2 years later the Soviet Union fell apart. So what do I know about living in the Soviet Union, right? But people who lived in those times, almost everybody can tell you some type of story where the basic point is, we weren't allowed to do that, but we did, right? And this is just so funny that people who are sort of used to a system where the political class, the governing class, is not really honest, right? That they project some fake facade towards the people, right? And everybody knows it, right? Everybody knows that the newspaper doesn't really show the news that much, right? Everybody knows that they are so used to it that they find it almost funny. But when it comes to, let's say, real life situations nowadays, it really has an impact on their behavior, because they're used to thinking, all right, so what do I need to project as a facade, and what can I do behind all that screen and mirrors? And so I don't know if that's something that we will get rid of totally in the, let's say, next decade, but I think it will definitely be less and less, because compared to the former Soviet Union, in a sense that Russia, for instance, could be compared, I would say at least 9 out of 10 times I feel like we have more opportunities, more freedoms, more safety for all our basic needs, right? We don't really have any type of, I don't know, authoritarian risks, because that's the funny thing, right? 91, yeah, up to that point, everything is just totally centralized politically, the one party rule. After that, just total chaos. Nobody is responsible for anything, right? And they are literally called the chaos years, because it's just. But then Americans come in, hey, we can help you, right? And so yeah, they basically helped put together most strategic facilities and most strategic processes and not just Latvia, in all of the Eastern European, Poland, Lithuania, Estonia. 'Cause yeah, I mean they just wanted to win the Cold War, and they did, sort of.
But what about the relationship between Russians and Latvians in daily time? Like, like, because I
don't know. Personally, I do definitely like Russian women, but when it comes to like ethnic clashes, maybe
what about
on
men? Do you like
maybe on an individual basis, but let's say in Riga, I would say the majority are Russian-speaking people. Not maybe not coming from Russia, but if their parents are coming from Ukraine or other countries, they usually tend to speak Russian in general. So just Russian-speaking people, I think, the majority in Riga. I think it's a disadvantage to them, because funny thing is, since Europe has been so big since 2004, right? It becomes a bigger market for opportunities for everybody. And so if you want to be, let's say, in Europe and to, let's say, work in Great Britain, Great Britain will not be really EU anymore, but still, right? You probably would like to have that same type of citizenship and the same type of ability as a regular citizen, but many people who are Russian speaking, they still haven't really made their citizenship fully I don't know how to call it, I guess fully accessible, because many people could easily get citizenship, they just choose not to, which is weird. Because you are limiting yourself in a sense, but on a day-to-day basis, they don't really need, let's say, to use that much Latvian language or just any type of bureaucratic processes, right? So they get by somehow, but I definitely see it as a disadvantage to themselves, which is, I don't understand that psychology, because I've seen Russian-speaking people who are exactly this opposite, like you guys, for instance. We just figure out what are the options, how can I utilize those options for me, for my family, right? And so and then you look at them, sounds totally logical, right? That's what you expect of somebody who's living in a place. Either they move out where they have more chances, or they use those options where they have them. And so both ways, but when it comes to any, let's say, conflicts, haven't seen them, because most of the time, I think at least 3/4 of the people who speak Russian on a daily basis in Latvia, they're just regular folks trying to live their lives. So I don't know if they have the same ideology as somebody that's living next to Putin, for instance. I don't think so.
So you said that you like Russian women. What about Russian men? Like, are they rude? Are they like why? Why especially?
I don't know about rude. Rude people would be probably everywhere. But what I find interesting, because I used to work also as a guard in a prison in Latvia. Most criminals are Russian speaking, and the ethnicity is definitely more Russian oriented, right? Which is, again, maybe something related to the former mentality, right? Because you can actually be dishonest, and maybe you can actually cheat people, steal from people, right? If you know the right people, if you are right, if you do the power moves, right? And so I don't know why, but it was definitely because the prison language in Latvia is for sure Russian, and me not being able to speak almost one word Russian, it was quite interesting, right? If some inmate wanted to tell me something, ask me something, right? So yo, Latvian, dude, Latvian, right? And so and some of them were able to speak Latvian, some of them didn't really speak Latvian. They didn't understand it, even though they might be, I don't know, 30, 40 years old, born and raised in Latvia, right? And then you see, oh, right, yeah, you did not get the best lottery ticket in life. Because, most of the time, I guess, when it comes to certain aspects, I think stereotypes are real. When it comes to some brutal crimes in the 90s, most of them were perpetrated by people who did not speak Latvian, right? In Latvia, most of them, of the gangs, of the racketeers, I don't know why that is. I think it has to do actually with those Asian genes. I honestly think so. Because wasn't it the case that Genghis Khan went from east to west?
Well, yeah, but like
maybe maybe they are more aggressive.
Just
pushy,
just ruthless. Just ruthless. I think
they destroyed as well our nation. I mean, like
that's what I want to say. I think you know probably lots of history about your own region, right? Because I think there is some truth to that something is encoded in people's genes, and because that's a total stereotype that, for instance, Russian people are just ruthless, right? Brutal, cold, right?
They are.
Even though lots of Russian people are very friendly, very nice, very welcoming, right? So it's just a mix. But a real big proportion, and the basis for a stereotype, is for sure that just a bunch of criminals, right? Gopniks.
He knows about those gopniks. Actually, in Kyrgyzstan as well, we do have like a lot of gopniks, and like our Kyrgyz people also started to be gopniks, I mean, they are known to wear those Adidas
which is just great, and in Instagram times, it's just in social media times, it's just great because it's so funny. It's so funny. It's just such a subculture.
There
was that guy Boris, did you see him before? Like, he has like a very famous YouTube channel. His YouTube channel is like Life with Boris, or Life of Boris.
What was it about?
Oh, so the whole channel is about being like a Slav Gopnik. And how do you live the life as a Gopnik? And
how to cook borscht,
sounds funny already.
You can watch it. It's so funny.
And he's making it all in English, and he has that accent, Russian accent in English. So it just kills me with laughing. So it's really funny.
Yeah.
And that's the weird thing. That is the culture that actually originated, at least in big part, from prisons. That's the weird thing, right? It even when they get out, they somehow maintain such cultures, right? I don't think it's possible to maintain it in the internet days, though. I don't think so.
But that's the interesting thing. Like how come the Gopnik in Latvia is similar with the Gopnik in Kyrgyzstan? you know.
Yeah.
Like it's very
It's like a culture.
Yeah,
of
well,
its own.
because the prison culture is very uniform, at least to a certain point. Because you could see it after, well, starting in the 90s till about basically when smartphones came around. Because smartphones did change a lot, but up till then, prison culture was really, really almost uniform. You could literally, if you understand the rules of the prison in one place, you could actually go to Russia, you could go actually to Ukraine, you could actually go to several different places, and it's the same, right? Because it's the region. It's just the region. I don't know how that travels, but it's definitely the case. Yeah, and once smartphones appeared, once the internet took hold, it becomes less and less, because you used to, for instance, it used to be really almost risky for somebody to make a tattoo without a proper meaning, right? If you just put some, I don't know, what was, for instance, if so put some stars on your kneecaps or something like that without any meaning, right? You would get beaten up, right? But nowadays, just some young kids tattooing their face without any big challenges. Nobody's really caring anymore about that. So I think that's the best that could happen for gopniks, that they actually advance, right? That they do or start wearing also pumas.
Seriously, like I don't have anything against Russians and everything. I'm not discriminating anybody like according to their nations or like cultures or whatsoever. But the thing also, like, I'm questioning. It's been like 2 weeks, I guess, right? I told you about that question in my mind. Basically, in Soviet Union, like, I guess I'm sorry, like, to mix my like, you know, thoughts. Just like I guess it came from living in Vilnius in Lithuania. Like, I saw that a lot of people, I mean, like, I know a lot of Lithuanians, and they have their, let's say, surnames as, like, Lithuanian surname as well, like Latvian surname. Like, for example, you are Lauris Bočs, right? For example, and, like, Lithuanians, like, girl is Justina Sveikite, for example. But, and I'm really, like, I'm so envying actually you guys, like, that you saved that Latvian or Lithuanian surnames, you know. But we as Turkic countries, as Kyrgyz or Kazakh or Uzbek or those Stan countries, we followed Russian surnames.
Really?
Yeah, like for
Alina
me, like
Igilikova.
Alina Igilikova. So
But what was the original surname?
It's Alina, for example, Akılbek kızı, like daughter of that guy. I mean,
Wait a second, but that was the case all over the world. To actually pronounce somebody by their name and then mentioning their father.
yeah. But the thing that which I started to think actually about that like, you know, why did we follow, like, you know, Russian standard to please Russians or what, you know? I started, like, to think in my mind, like, you know, like, I saw, like, how many Lithuanians girls have, like, their Lithuanian surnames. I mean, they didn't go, like, for example, Sveikitova or, like, or you are Boksov, for example. You are, like, Boks, like, you know, I mean, Latvian. You stood with your Latvian standard. But we, like, if you go to Kazakhstan, if you go to Kyrgyzstan or Uzbekistan, there's ova, like, even if it's the name is, for example, Kyrgyz name, like, let's say Aybekova, you know, it's with Russian. Although we're not Russians, we're Kyrgyz, and I don't have still the answer why did we change the standards of our names. But I asked, like, my parents, I mean, my father. He said, like, just to please Russians. I mean, like,
But was it voluntary? Did you have a choice?
It was mandatory. kind of.
So mandatory is mandatory.
But why you as Latvians didn't do that if it's mandatory in Soviet Union? It's not like it's not like
I don't know.
And what about after the breakup? That's the most important questions after everything like became like different countries.
and we still have. I'm
Why
like
didn't
mine
you come
is
back?
like I'm not.
It's a question
I
as well.
don't have Kyrgyz name. I mean, like Alina is, maybe you heard it's Russian name. Okay, I don't have anything against that name because.
Well, but look, in Latvian, for instance, you could have a woman called Alina.
Yeah.
So, it's I don't know where the origin is of that word, but still, it's
Okay.
adaptable.
Okay. Name is nothing. Okay, it's just a little minor problem. But what about the changing of alphabet? Like
Yeah,
I don't understand like why as Kyrgyz people while we're having alphabet like Latin alphabet we change to Cyrillic, and not only us but Kazakh people, Uzbek people, let's say
That's a good question. Yeah.
like okay, name is it's not a big
Yeah,
problem,
but
but
the
the alphabet.
writing system. Yeah.
Because
I don't know.
with Latin, we would understand each other more with Kazakh, Uzbek people, those Turkic people. But with Cyrillic right now, it gets like really hard. These are the questions which are bothering me these last 2 weeks, and I really need to find the answers. Like why?
Yeah, and I've actually never really considered that some other countries actually had changed many things individually and also collectively,
Yeah.
specifically for the purpose of integrating, or maybe it was your real what's the opposite of vice?
Wise?
Vice. Yeah, what's the opposite of it? Maybe it was your, let's say, maybe it was your good-heartedness that led you to be so generous with your willingness to integrate. I don't know.
Or
No,
maybe right now you have the intention actually to change, but it's very expensive for the country to do that. Maybe.
Kazakhstan is changing. Well, by 2024 they'll be fully transferred to Latin alphabet.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they are spending a lot of tons of money to change, and it's not easy because
It's
you
not
need
that
to.
hard to change the alphabet,
Actually, it is because you need to change a lot of books. To
road signs. Imagine just road signs.
No, but you still can use the old language, and at least for a period of time. It's not like no tomorrow. Don't even think about
That's
it.
why they're changing.
Yeah,
So
it's a
that
gradual.
in 2024 they will be stopping Cyrillic, and that's why Russia was Russian media was like, what the fuck are they doing? I mean, you are gonna fail, as Uzbekistan, for example, they tried to do, but they couldn't.
See, here's the thing. But Latvia, for instance, still had some other issues. For instance, this year we had the ruling of the Supreme Court about the requirement of minority schools to actually teach Latvian most of the time, or teach in Latvian most of the time.
And eliminate Russian, right?
Well, Russian being one of the minority languages in Latvia, yes, and not eliminated completely, just the proportion that most of the content needs to be in Latvian, and it came. Think about it. After '91, it came 30 years, right? That type of gradual increasing of the use of the language in the schools came 30 years, and even then, I think members of the parliament disputed it at the Supreme Court, saying it's unconstitutional to force, for instance, Russian-speaking children to speak Latvian so much. I mean, born in Latvia, raised in Latvia, but still, yeah. I mean, because it's a hot topic for, let's say, a family who is used to a certain kind of culture. And a certain kind of cultures you can actually live in Latvia, at least in the bigger cities for sure, and in eastern part, without ever using or needing to use Latvian language. That is a fact. It's just from my perspective, it's totally limiting yourself. But if persons don't have too much ambition, sure, you can get by. You can get by. Right? Your neighbor speaks Russian, your friends speak Russian, sure.
Yeah, like I really don't have anything against Russian. I love Russian language and I do speak as well. But these kind of questions are coming in my mind. Like right now, we're really in a big, huge shit. I mean, like our country is just sinking into tons of shit right now. Like
Kyrgyzstan?
Yes,
What happened?
They're still are sinking in the corruption. So we had one big revolution in 2010. So basically our first two presidents were gone by the revolutions, and then the third one was okay, but then fourth one came from his party, and then he made him go to the prison, and right now we have the fourth one. And he's not doing nothing. For example, the coronavirus right now is peaking in Kyrgyzstan, when all over the world is already calm. Right now, Kyrgyzstan is peaking, and then we don't have equipments. Our hospitals are from Soviet Union, already destroyed and everything. And our government and parliament decided to go to the vacation instead of helping to people. So, and voluntarily, people started to build some campings and try to help each other, and people are our government right now is on vacation.
Because it's the summer, what do you want?
But still, why are you there? For yourself or for people? What is government and what's its purpose?
And they have the right to have some vacation. They want to relax.
Yeah, because a political party is just that.
That's cool then.
A part of society, not the whole of society.
Yeah, that's cool then. We know we are living good without a government. We don't need government. In that case,
Well, you
because
need organized structure.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't see the big need in our government right now, and also our lands are being sold to other countries, and our, for example, gold mining things are sold, for example, to UK and Canada and China, and we're sinking in the debts.
Same here.
At least you're in better situation, but for the country,
we are closer to Europe. That's about the difference that I can offer you. It's just closer to Europe, access to the Baltic Sea. Historically has been a major trade route in a sense, but other than that, you basically described Latvia, and maybe in a milder form. I mean, we don't go making revolutions since 1905.
But we do.
Yeah.
We're not satisfied, and people are dying over that. I mean, they want to do something. Actually, a lot of people, they went out from Kyrgyzstan to come, and for example, the people who cannot work, maybe how can I say, with their brain. I mean, who are not that qualified, who didn't study in the university or so. They are coming here to Latvia or Lithuania to do a job like the driver of a truck, or be a assistant of chef or in restaurant or something, or do cleaner. There are lots of Kyrgyz. I saw in Lithuania, actually. I didn't see in Latvia yet, but there are lots of people from Central Asia who are coming and doing labor here, and it's okay. I mean, it's cool actually that they are trying to move out from the country and look for better ways for themselves. And other than that, people with brilliant minds, like they're really good, like, you know, for example, in science or politics or whatever, like they're going to high tier countries like US, maybe, like, you know, France, Switzerland, and they're working in Google, in Facebook, and that's it. Where like Kyrgyzstan basically is losing its people, first of all, and second of all, like I don't see the future right now with this government.
But why do you expect a government to be a problem solver? Right? I mean, I remember having a conversation. I don't know. I think it was from either Morocco, the guest, or some African country, where basically he said, "Yeah, but they are not doing anything." Blah 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 blah. I said, "But what do you want them to do? Do you want them to give you a book to read? You can do that."
No,
right?
not.
It's not like you couldn't go and try to find the opportunity if you yeah, I agree that there are governments who are actually more willing to help people find their opportunities. That's for sure. But it's, as long as they don't put you in prison for reading books, I mean, it's not that bad.
At least don't sell our stuff. I mean, like our
For cheap
lands.
or
They are selling it for really cheap.
That's everywhere. It's not like Kyrgyzstan would be unique.
That's true, but
And about the fleeing of talent somewhere else,
it's
as well.
everywhere
In another way or another, you're describing Latvia and Lithuania. They are like
there are lots of talents.
once inside of European Union, most of them went to UK, right? Back in the days. And right now, Lithuania and Latvia, they're trying to get them back and attracting them. Hey, come, we can provide you some opportunities.
I don't know if they are really actively trying to do anything. I think it's mostly related to virtue signaling. If you are a politician, what would you like your constituency to think of you? That you are thinking of their needs and you're thinking for the future. But I'm more of a person who looks, all right, so what's your track record? Right? It's just like, do I really forget the past 10 years? I mean, you've been in politics for the last 15 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've seen your work, or the lack of it.
Yeah, that's
right?
the thing.
But that's the funny thing. I view it as a theater, as just a cheap theater.
Yeah, that's the thing. In every fucking election, like before the election, they come and like simply offer their services. Okay, I'll pay you 1,000 soms, which is like how much euros it is? Around 10 euros, 12 euros.
Okay.
Yeah, like vote for me, and they vote.
Can they do that?
Yeah, people have short memory and they just care about the short-term benefit.
But is it possible to pay somebody to vote for you?
Yes.
In a way or another, I can give you a bag of rice until it's a gift, but you know why I'm giving it to you.
They give, for example, flour, like, you know, or sugar, or like spaghetti. I don't know, in a lot of things, like, because people in rural areas, they are in need. I mean, they are working for food mainly, and
so that's the way you tell you, like, okay, I'm gonna give you that bag of rice. I love you, and this is for you.
Do you love me?
Do you love me? If you love me, come next week and vote for me.
Yeah.
People are not educated. They just fell in love with that.
And they're happy that they got bag of rice.
Okay, then that's an issue.
That's what I always tell her. Don't blame anything. Just focus on education.
Actually, really, like,
if people are educated,
like, right
everything
now,
is gonna be okay.
Right now, I'm just like, you know, caring about my future, like what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna achieve, where I'm gonna be. Like, okay, like my ancestors and everything, they're from Kyrgyzstan. I will never forget. I'll be visiting and everything, but from now on, I'm just building my future, and this earth is big enough so that like I can choose where to live, where I'm comfy, and where I'm I have some convenience to live in, you know. So yeah, so that's what a lot of people do right now.
and it's really not that permanent. I mean, it could be temporary once you have set your roots in one place and actually established your opportunities to actually share with home country again.
Yeah, like actually, like I'm thinking of, but I'm thinking in another way. For example, maybe to support some students like me, like I was
One
there,
way,
you know,
yeah,
like
yeah.
not like whole. I cannot, of course, do everything.
Well, yeah,
also, like,
nobody can help
yeah, but-
everybody at the same time, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and just remember, like I just remember my struggles as well, because like I was thinking, okay, Kazakhstan is supporting their students, like for example, if they want to go to another country, they're just like, you know, giving some scholarships, some stuff. But me, like my family, just basically, I was lucky enough to be born in such family where they, like for example, think that education is very important, and they were giving me to study in private schools. If I would be in state schools, I wouldn't be maybe like, you know, abroad.
Really?
Yeah, state schools are like BS.
Why?
They don't care. They don't care. Basically, they don't care. Like they want stupid people in the country. They want stupid people in the country so that they can rule, so that they can be in the government forever.
You make it out as it would be intentional.
It
It is.
Damn,
In our
synchronous.
Yeah,
in,
because
in
in
our
his
countries
country
it
it's
is. It is kind of intentional, and
I
even
see.
if there is education, it's kind of controlled. Then it's like a brainwash, simply.
Yeah.
Whatever they don't want to show to you in the books, you'll never hear about it, and when you hear about it for the first time when you grow up, it seems so odd for you that you won't believe it.
But let's be honest, the most a person gets educated is not in school nowadays.
Yeah.
It's just in everyday life situations, Googling
Yeah.
even.
Yes, that's the good thing about the internet, but still, even in terms of internet, okay, what about if I'm in Egypt?
Could you imagine?
All the content in Arabic is...
Could you imagine
certain way.
if all it takes is just somebody from the government just how to govern Kyrgyzstan and just 1 million hits, all right. Just finding some tutorial, step 1.
Do it.
Because actually, that's the funny thing. I've spoken to a lot of people who... It's interesting that you could be from almost anywhere in the world, and the same critique is almost universal.
Yeah.
Corruption, doesn't care, and all those things. And I don't remember. I think I do remember. It was definitely from Latin America. Because those guys, they really like to criticize everything their government does. And if you think that some other countries, for instance, have a better government, why wouldn't you just make a political ambition and a petition to just import another country's government into yours? Why not just take, for instance, Switzerland's government, offer them something that they would like to actually have, and say, come here, rule our country for the next 10 years. Why not? It's headhunting. It's just simple headhunting, like in business.
Yeah.
Actually, it worked with some countries that they actually copied just the model of somebody's other success. So it's kind of the same thing. Yeah, instead of bringing the people, it's like, what did they do? They were in a bad position like us. What did they do? Like, let's take that model and apply it.
Look, for instance, the only model that was really almost 180 turn and has proven itself is Singapore.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, that's what.
But nobody really wants to have the political system of Singapore. Let's be honest.
They're harsh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But I would.
You don't have the.
But actually, I would implement it in Kyrgyzstan. I mean, you need to be harsh with our people. And actually in Egypt as well, you need to be like harsh. You need to beat them.
They like that. It's like a drug.
Exactly.
You know
like
that it
if
harms you in a way, but you still love it.
if you talk, no, if you talk with those people in a polite way, like they will not understand.
Well,
The
they are not
majority.
used to
They're
that.
not used to. Yeah, they never saw. But if you talk with the harshest way, yes, they will understand. They'll be like, yeah, okay.
But what about the new generation?
New generation right now is more like, Americanized, or like, it's like globalized.
Yeah.
Actually, like I'm seeing all the teenagers, they're same. In Latvia, in Turkey, in
Yep.
Kyrgyzstan, they're
Yep.
same.
Yep.
Basically, they are like getting influenced from America.
It's not only America, it's like more of like internalization movement, or like right now with the internet there is like the trend culture.
One trend,
It's
yeah.
the trend
and
culture,
that's,
yeah,
and
right
that's
now.
that's the reason why I think the only legitimate question is, will hipsters save the world? Right?
Do you think so?
Well, I don't know. Like, as well, like, it seems like, we're losing something as well, because like it
You
seems
mean
that
identity?
not identity. I don't care about identity actually. Like,
So what do you mean?
to be honest, I mean like their focus is only about trends and about like.
People have lost the sense of what is actually important right now. Like when you think
Likes are important right now.
Yeah, that's the issue.
You don't dare
not to be like
disrespecting likes.
Yeah, that's the issue. Like, they care about likes, they care about like views and everything. And
But social validation has always been around. It's just another form of the same.
that's true, but
But I mean in terms of like really what internet was made for, like right now it's to unite the world. When you think about it right now, is it the goal that we wanted to reach? We wanted like really to unite on something. Imagine with all of the internet and everything what's happening right now, and anybody can contact anybody in the world in just a matter of a second.
Not yet, right? Can you contact Elon Musk?
Not
Not
really.
right now. Not right now.
But you can like
Oh,
reply to a
close
tweet
it.
and
yeah,
you
yeah,
can
that's
see
exactly
maybe.
close to it.
yeah.
you have a
Close to it.
chance at least
Yeah.
to reach him than before. If he was like 100 years ago, you have no luck.
Like, it
To
has,
meet
of
him,
course, advantages and disadvantages as well.
Yeah, but like right now, imagine what makes me go crazy is like with all of this technology advancement, and we cannot really think like, oh, like the temperature has been increasing 1-2 degrees. Let's meet and fix that. Until now, they meet and they make conferences and all of that show-offs, and there's no action. Where is the action?
It takes effort.
It takes effort. It takes people to stop thinking about greediness, and instead of earning 10 billion, if the businessman say, I'm good with 8 billion just for now.
It's a sport at that point.
Exactly. You just want to be the top athlete.
And I think it's just human nature in general.
Yeah, like they cannot get enough. So if they earn, they want more and more and more and more, especially talking about like governments or so.
They are gonna lose it all. Like, they're gonna lose it all.
Sounds like a threat.
The problem is, the threat is not from people. The threat is from the nature.
You should have made some gesture like Mr. Burns. They're gonna lose it all.
Yeah, they're gonna lose it all if like the whole world like just had a like world disaster, or if
Oh yeah, I mean, of course.
if something like
if
that
something
happens.
of that magnitude happens, nobody will check at your digital numbers
Exactly.
for social value.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But up till then, it's nice to have a Ferrari.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's right.
So let's get it as fast as possible before that happens, maybe.
Have you seen that Lebanese explosion?
Explosion.
I seen Beirut. I think
Yeah.
it was. Yeah, I saw some video on YouTube. Just looked like a building exploded. I don't watch too much news. I think it had just something in recommendations.
Mhm.
So building explodes or whatever. So I clicked. It was a short video, just some type of, I don't know, some square building exploding. So if that's what you mean, yeah, I've seen it.
The last week one, right? It's just happened
It
last week.
was recently, yeah.
Yeah, it was very recent, right?
Yeah.
This is basically was like an explosion in the port. So they saved for 6 years. They actually like hold 2,700 tons of explosions in the port.
What do you mean explosions?
Like high tier explosives.
Ammonium.
Explosive. Right? It was ammonium
in
nitrate.
The port?
In the port. That
No,
was so stupid. It's almost like a fairy tale.
But for what purpose?
Yeah, so I'll tell you the story right now. Like basically a ship was like transferring this from, I don't remember where, but like it's like Belarus, something like that. The ship, not Belarus, like I don't remember. Like it was somewhere in the north,
Mm-hmm.
and it was passing through the Mediterranean, and then it will go through Egypt till a country in Africa. But I don't remember.
Through Egypt?
Yeah, there's the Suez Canal, like in Egypt, that links Mediterranean with Red Sea.
I thought you mean like just traveling through the Nile or something.
No. It's like Suez Canal is like simply what links Mediterranean to Red Sea. So it's gonna pass through there and go.
Okay.
But what happened in the middle of the road? Like they need to do some maintenance. So the nearest port was Beirut. So they went there and stopped.
Okay.
And they had the massive explosions that they were gonna transfer to Africa because there was war there.
Mm-hmm.
And it stayed there for 6 years because the owner of the ship suddenly disappeared. He was Russian, by the way. And suddenly disappeared, and nobody can like reach him. And the crew, they just like stayed in Lebanon. Nobody's funding them or anything. So basically just Lebanese authorities hold that cargo, put it inside of the port until the court in Lebanon says where it goes.
I think that's a universal thing. I'm pretty sure. Because if you say it's the port, yeah, if that's property of somebody, you have to have a judge decide in the worst case what to do.
Exactly. But the problem is, how long in the court did it stay? It stayed for 6 years. And then what happened after 6 years? We don't know still the source of the fire that made that explosion. But basically that fire reached to the explosives containers. Yeah. And these containers basically when it exploded, it destroyed everything that it's glass within 20 kilometers. So it literally destroyed all the glasses of Beirut. So
it was insane. It was like, they say it was like Hiroshima.
Yeah, they said it like it made like a magnitude of shakage, like an earthquake with magnitude of 5.
Which is pretty decent for an explosion.
It's decent for an explosion, of course, but because earthquake is much more powerful when it comes from underground. But for just like some containers in a port, exploding all the glasses and destroying a lot of buildings within the region of 15 kilometers, which is actually all of Beirut space.
But what is the main purpose of that cargo that exploded?
There was no purpose. They simply, just because of their slow processes of court and stuff like that.
But the cargo did have an original aim.
Destination.
Yes.
But simply in the middle, the owner disappeared,
But what was the destination and the use in that destination for that cargo?
For war. There was war in Africa, and they were importing. An African country was importing
war materials.
Yeah, raw materials to make bombs.
War materials?
Raw materials to...
War materials.
War, yeah. Yeah, it's war material. Like, it's raw materials used for war.
But is it legal? If it's meant for war, then I think you need almost like a UN or Security Council clearance.
No idea about this kind of specifics, but that's what they have said.
Because if you say it's for military purposes, then it's definitely not being brought to just a regular port.
And by the way, why don't you like watch some news like?
I guess the main reason is if it's so important, I will find out anyway. Mm-hmm. And the second thing is, I don't like like too much prepared content. I don't think it's useful for me to watch, let's say, the evening news, which are basically just not propaganda, but sort of an advertisement for something. Always it's in some form not really related to what I might find useful, but it's just, yeah, here's this institution who does this and that's great, right? And this institution and this happened, that's bad, right? And yeah, I mean, what type of information is needed? In my case, only that one that sort of allows me to make use of it. And yeah, if I see some story in so for instance, if I would have seen this story that in Beirut, which is Lebanon.
Yeah.
All right. In Lebanon there was an explosion, right? So I would be sitting there and thinking, all right, and probably a rice sack fell over in China right now, right? It doesn't really affect me at that point.
Add anything.
Yeah, it's a tragic story for those around that place, for sure.
Yeah.
But crazy things happen every minute in the world. It's just that we don't have the bandwidth to hear about them all the time. Well, technically we do, right? We would have the option to just sit around on Twitter all day. But yeah, I mean, you just figure out what you want to, I guess, see at one point or another, and then I remember when I was, I don't know, like 13, 14 years old, I used to watch and even read the newspapers, all the things, and I don't know, at some point I just figured it's more useful to just read books, right? It's just you can get some information that's more useful in general, in life in general, but just be up to date about things that don't really affect you or that you cannot affect. It's just pretty much just mind numbing.
That's cool.
So for you, like, you are what to eat and you are what to hear as well. What are you hearing? Like,
in a way,
it forms you.
In a way, yeah. Because I think most of the time when anthropologists find people in, I don't know, remote mountain areas in the Himalaya who are just so happy, smiley and stuff like that, it's not because they are living so off of nice pears and apricots, right? I think it's just because they don't really hear about the troubles of unrelated people, unrelated events all the time. Because I don't know how it came to be, but I just know that there was a Hollywood comedy about I think it was called The Anchorman or something like that. You probably know the comedian Will Ferrell, and yeah, The Anchorman or The Anchorman 2. And so basically they parodied the fact that Fox News in America is basically the biggest news network, right? And so yeah, but they did it in a way that they tried to show as almost the origins of how that came to be. And so it was funny in a way that, because it used to be the case that news was just some reporter telling you this happened today, right? And then they showed in the movie that it was a dude who was going bankrupt, everything was failing, so just, oh man, I might as well just start saying lies, right? And then just started saying all these crazy things, and just ratings started going up, right? And he became basically the number one show on the news network, right? And the moral of the story was that is the moment when news changes from being something informational to being something entertaining, or to being more than just information, meaning that they want you to persuade to do something, to react something, to be either happy or sad, but to react an emotion out of you, right? And yeah, I don't know if in America it might make sense, because in America I guess you could actually use news media as a good promotional tool for, I don't know, medical things, banking, and just subtle, right? You don't need to name any brands. You just need to talk about a topic, and then it's all clear that the big giant corporations will probably have some say in it. But in Latvia, it's just, you can see clearly that the public media is so I don't know, it's not funded enough, right, to provide you with quality content. It's just they show you something. That's it. They show you something, and you just clearly see that because you know, if you compare, for instance, something on YouTube, right, with the things you could see on the news channel or the news show, right, it's many times just totally different, right? Because those are some facts that really happened. Here's why, how, and then here's some, I don't know, old lady singing to some folks. What? Why would I need to do this? It's a quirky story, but it's really an opinion piece. That's it. It's not really related to anything. It's just here's my 5 minutes that I need to fill with something, right? And here's this old lady, right? And that's not the baddest story, I guess. The baddest stories are always the ones who just. Have you seen those type of scenarios where they basically show you something that might have happened and might have meaning to, let's say, some I don't know, political figure or something, and basically which is almost not going totally, but almost going into from news to gossip, right? Just well, it looks like it might be a problem. Well, tell me if it is a problem, but not if it looks like, or maybe, right? So they give you those hints, right? They cannot prove anything. They don't have any facts, but maybe it happened. Maybe that's the way it was.
Conspiracy.
And then
theory,
you just sit around. So what do you want me to do? To hate somebody I don't know, right?
For no reason.
Well, that's the thing, because in a way, if you can argue with hypotheticals, you can make anybody Donald Trump, right?
Yeah.
Right.
True.
That's the funny thing. Donald Trump was portrayed in the media as somebody who will definitely lose the election. So that's how the fake news concept got started, right?
Yeah.
Because they don't really show the news. They just show opinions portrayed as news. But I don't know, like in Kyrgyzstan, do you think it's valuable to watch the news?
Not at all.
In Turkey?
Worse even. Like not at all, because it's like, well, all about the promoting of.
Can you imagine in Egypt you put on the news and the only news is the pyramids are still standing. Thank you.
It's just the problem about the media, that they really need to show different opinions and different perspectives, but they don't. Just for them, it's just one perspective, one way that they see things, or at least they want people to see things in one direction. And I guess you have to be really picky in order to find a source of media that they show the opinion and the other opinion, and actually try to show off to you both of them without any judgment or anything to tell you have to pick this because that makes sense. So they show the proof or the argument of one side over the other.
How do you consume your news information?
I don't watch news as well.
For me,
I'm as well, like, kind of having the opinion of, if the information is really important, it will reach to me by way or another. I will hear from, like, maybe him, or maybe like from the street. I don't know. I will hear about that. That's why I don't watch and I don't read, like, cause I don't want to as well. Like, the main priority for me is not to have a negative vibes from that, because like mainly like Kyrgyz news, for example, is all about, oh, this is bad, this is bad, this is
Negativity.
worse, like negativity, yeah, and in world as well. So that's why, like, like if I'm interested in something, okay, I'll go to Google and Google it and find about that information if I want it, if I need it. But other than that, like information about coronavirus or whatsoever, I don't know. I'll be hearing it from the people.
Yeah, it's strange, right? Because the coronavirus is the biggest news
Yeah, right
for
now.
the past half year
And
almost.
when you look at it, it's really funny because like coronavirus is not the most dangerous thing that humans are facing right now. Technically, when you look at it, the fatality rate of a lot of other diseases are even more than coronavirus.
Like
but
cancer,
still, coronavirus is stopping our lives, while others are not.
Well, it's basically it's fast, like contagion. I mean, like
Here's my theory on that one. They thought that might be a human-made or human-manipulated virus. Then they saw that there were crazy numbers coming from different places, Italy being the biggest, I guess. And then they figured, maybe it has to do something with national security. And once something hits, because the weird thing was how impressively uniform so many countries did what they did. It was so orchestrated that it seemed almost like many countries under one type of government, right? And I think it's the work of what's it called? State security agencies, secret agencies. What's it called?
Yeah, and
the intelligence agencies.
Intelligence,
Right. Yeah, because I think those are the ones who just get panicked, and so once. Because if the intelligence agency panic, it means somebody will get hurt most of the time. Just because they have the wherewithal, they can influence the decision makers. They can actually bring something about. They can instigate things. And I think when it comes to the coronavirus, it's from China. It might be causing deaths or something like that. All right, let's just move swiftly, right? I think many times when you look into the details, you would find that corona didn't have anything to do with the death, for instance, of somebody. Well, technically maybe he had it as a diagnosis, right? But I think many times you would see, all right, the real cause was something else, right? But at that point, I don't think the intelligence agencies or the health administrators, they don't really think about it. They just think, will it look bad if I don't react as everybody else reacts? And I think the only country that didn't panic was Sweden. I think so. At least somebody said that. Yeah, look, Sweden didn't close its borders down, and they still managed it.
And Belarus as well.
But they didn't manage it.
I don't know what's the situation in Belarus.
Belarus, they never closed the border. They never seized anything. They just continued. Coronavirus, hello.
So
Even when like the kids were going to school and everything else.
They never stopped their normal activities.
But did they have any?
Yeah, they did.
Bad effects?
It's increasing, and they
Still,
don't control. They don't do anything about it.
But the weird thing about it is that most of the people who have it don't even recognize that they have it, right? Because if you don't get tested, you won't show up in the statistics.
Yeah, exactly.
But how many people really actually did get it?
Maybe it's
Nobody.
much more.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
A lot.
Yeah, hopefully they stop that craziness and really find the solution.
I think it's up to you, dude.
It's up to me.
Yeah.
I'm doing
at
all
least-
what they're saying.
Or at least people like you.
I'm doing everything.
Because trust me, I think in the intelligence agencies, it's too. I'm not saying they're dumb, right? But I'm saying they're not that smart, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're always in
Yeah,
panic.
it's just like For me, I'm not a doctor, for example, so they say, okay, wear mask, wash your hands, do this, do that. Okay, I'm gonna do it. No problem for me. At least to save others, like save any spread in any form.
But other than that, it stops a lot of another activities. I mean, like traveling. Okay, it's
traveling
not
is
important
not the issue.
stuff. Okay, but
traveling is
Well,
not the
actually,
issue.
I think for many places it is because that's the
business.
that's the argument.
Mhm.
When does a cure kill the patient?
Yeah. Some people they say like, oh, like if there's no work, I'll die from hunger. Because I don't have
I'll take my
tourism.
chances with COVID then, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you watch a movie Contagion?
No, I've heard it also on Netflix.
It's
Yeah,
scary.
it's the same. Like it shows the same situation which we faced in COVID.
Well, but Contagion, am I guessing correct that it depicts some type of virus spreading?
Yeah.
Yes, and it's
Which is, I don't know, at least every third apocalyptic movie out there.
No,
Right?
but it's like kind of exceptional.
very, very, very,
Very
close to
to
what
our
happened.
Yeah.
In a way, like they got it like coming out from as well China from the same region.
Because last, probably 5 or 6 worldwide pandemics came from there.
Yes, that can be as well. As well, they made it like transferred by respiratory kind of way.
Also standard.
Also makes sense and all of that. But what amazes us is actually the way that the countries and the responses that happened after. It's pretty much, as you said, it's like it's scarily synchronized and scarily like perfectly harmonized together.
Yeah.
And in the movie it happened exactly the same as we see it right now. So
Yeah.
we were like,
And as well
But what do you mean? I mean, look, there's a spread of a virus. So what do? Shut down the border? Do you mean that?
yeah, like in the terms like how some countries reacted about like not shutting down the border only, like how late they did it, how late some countries did it, and how early some others adapted to it, like for example in like about the awareness in terms of like the people, all of that kind of stuff that's unexpected right now that we're seeing.
So spoil me the ending. What happened at the end?
what happened? Nothing, right? It was like
Yeah, it was like they didn't show the
total ending.
the
but
total ending when the like COVID ends, what's gonna happen and how it's gonna come back to normal. They didn't show that, but they showed how it came up and how the spread happened and how it changed people's lives in a way. So
have you seen World War Z?
No.
That's a nice movie, but it's related to zombies. But it's still a good movie. It has Brad Pitt in it, and the basic idea is there is infectious, I think also a virus, which is being transmitted by, I'm not really sure, but I think it might be related to some type of either touching or something like that, right? But it's from some type of contact, and nobody understands what happens. And so what happens is that social unrest, political chaos, and everything is basically shut down. And then you could see actually many aspects in the film that could be pretty realistic in real life when they have to actually move swiftly. And what I liked about that movie was they showed how, let's say, the police turns over for authority, for instance, to the National Guard, to the army, and then they just institute curfew. Nobody gets out, nobody does this, nobody and it's just the total increasing of that security levels and stuff like that. And I think that was one of the things, because they did really speak about during COVID that maybe we need not really martial law, but still curfews. There was the talks that maybe you wouldn't be able to go out at certain times. They definitely didn't recommend going out, right? But they were even speaking about why not just move it mandatory, that you cannot move out, you cannot go out, and
we need to watch that for sure.
In that Contagion as well, there are lots of famous actors, actresses like Tom Cruise and I don't know their name.
Tom Cruise?
Yes, he's playing there.
In that movie?
Yes,
I never heard.
Contagion, yes.
I forgot about.
He's playing there. There are lots of I know those actors and actresses, but
Tom Cruise was on Contagion.
Yes.
I thought he was only in the Mission Impossible and stuff like that. Contagion, 2011.
Yeah.
The film.
They're famous, but I don't remember their names.
Jude Law. So, Matt Damon, Jude Law. Nope.
No, Tom Cruise wasn't
Tom Cruise
there.
was not there.
I remember.
No.
Tom Cruise wasn't there.
I'm sorry.
But it's okay.
9-year-old movie.
Yeah. The woman from Titanic as well. She.
Kate Winslet.
Yeah. She took some as well significant role as well. Being a doctor from World Health Organization or something like that. She was playing that role. Interesting movie as well.
One of my faves as well is Maze Runner. Did you watch it?
No.
This one, there's Maze Runner 1, 2, and 3, and the story develops along the way. And this is actually a really nice one. It was not related to the viruses and stuff like that, but it's related to some, not apocalypse, but it's kind of the world will have some disasters. So
I kind of thought about Supersonic.
Yeah, so this one is as well a recommendation. So anyway.
And how many Maze Runners are there?
3, I guess. Until
No, even more.
So everybody is about some apocalyptic event?
Yeah, it's all about the same story. It's just
by the way,
advancing to be continued.
Speaking about apocalyptic events, I recently watched, I think it was also on Netflix, the film was called The Purge. And it turned out it was a part of a franchise of the films The Purge. This one was about basically they figured out that there's a pretty run down part of, I guess, New York City. I think New York City. And so what they did was sort of manage to politically enact that for one whole night everything is legal. And the basic point was as in we will see how human nature really is, and I guess that's the whole point of the name of the purge, right? In a sense to clear itself. And so they basically showed once midnight hits, right, everybody's advised to sort of stay home, but those who want, they are incentivized to go out and sort of document what happens, right? So basically they try to really kill each other, which it's an easy premise, right? Because they literally say in the film when the news announcer is telling to the public, and on that date we will enact the purge, right, which will mean 12 or how many hours, and everything will be legal, including murder. So off you go, right?
So the movie's name is The Purge, right?
Yes.
Watching it tonight.
And turns out there are several movies called The Purge. It's just that I don't know if there are sequels, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's just it's a franchise, and I found just the concept so funny, right? Yeah, let's make a movie about what happens if you cannot go to jail, right?
Yeah, it's
It's just
interesting.
such an easy
Mm.
premise.
Yeah.
Yeah. For another topic for another day can be like, what happens after we die? We can do.
Yeah,
We
do
can
a
talk
podcast.
about that.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah,
I like to talk about that topic because it's basically never ending and it always involves imagination. So
yeah. All right, we can do that.
it's really nice. Yeah.
My question is like, what's the end goal of your podcast? Like, for what are you doing, and for, I don't know. Do you have? Of course, for sure, you have some purposes, like why you are doing. It's just interesting, you know.
Is there a
It's like-
milestone where you're looking for?
It
Like,
feels like, because you are like, you are not doing it just like this, you know. You are prepared. I mean, you have microphones, you have like a certain equipments, you know.
It started just randomly because the first thing I was interested in is how to make my publications more accessible to a potential audience. And then I figured out, since I'm listening to a lot of audiobooks, I could make audio articles, meaning that I just record my articles. And I started out with the same phone I mentioned, the 2012 Asus, and I thought, yeah, that's decent enough, right? But then I don't know how, but I listened to one of the recordings and thought, oh damn, no, right? So I started thinking, all right, I might as well need some type of microphone, like a real microphone. And along the way, I was curious about producing or learning the basics of producing music. So I was at what's it called? Basically, Sound Academy, sort of like a place where they can show you lots of tricks and tips. And yeah, that's when I was just able to see, all right, what is important if I want to have decent sound, what is important when I have to have decent performance, what software, what hardware to use. And after that, I think this microphone, I even think I bought this microphone from a former student of that Sound Academy. I'm pretty sure. And I started recording the audio articles. Then along the way, I just figured, since I have many times guests over here, and we have different conversations, and I was listening and still listening to different types of podcasts. I was figuring, might as well record the conversations, because I always told people, if I'm having a talk with you more than 10 seconds, it might as well go for hours, right? It's just, yeah. And so on those occasions, I remember many conversations being almost like, ephemeral. They just happened and nobody is remembering except those parties, right? And so yeah, along the way it's just because I've had this for my audio articles. Then I figured, why not actually make video commentary for my articles? So I said, all right, what would be the thing I need for making video? I actually, before I got the webcams, I got just separate handheld cameras, right? Oh, and at that time I had finished the sound school and I was at photography class, right? So they taught about photography, and I bought a camera specific for that course, and then I just figured, oh yeah, this one records as well. So I had that, plus I bought another video camera, right? So I experiment with that, just make my video commentary. And when I made my first video commentary in 2017, oh man, I remember, including recording and editing, took me probably around 18 hours for making a 20-minute video clip. So I figured, and after the third video commentary, so man, it's just too much. I'm too lazy for this. All right, so I figured what could be a better compromise to have video, but to not edit it so much. So I was like, oh, yeah, webcams, why not? Because if you have just a regular camera, you record it, then you basically upload it into the computer, then you import it to a software, then you edit it, and then you render it again and export it back again, which is just too much. With a webcam, it streams directly on a file format that it's easily distributable, easy, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, it's still in the process, but the point of having the podcast was, I had the option to actually just record the conversations that I already had, and second, to actually have an sort of an easier or more convenient way to learn digital content creation, editing, and distribution, right? Because then you have those questions. All right, what happens if I do this? How should I do that? And it's always a process of learning, trying new things, and yeah, it's most likely never ending. But when you ask me about end goals, at one point I would definitely like to have it in such an automated and streamlined fashion that I could actually be able to, for instance, have it commercially viable, because it's difficult to tell which products or services might be useful in, let's say, 3 years from now. But I know for sure digital marketing, for instance, will be relevant, right? So in that respect, it's probably easy and better to actually have your experience already based on lots of well, sort of mistakes, right? What you could have done better, and then once you need it, you have the sort of expertise to do it. But yeah, the weird thing about this whole process is it's still almost every time something that I didn't expect happening, which leads me to the question, all right, is it worth it, right? Because if I would need to make, let's say, I don't know, a promotional video, for instance, I would need video, I would need sound, I would do all these combinations. So technically I could do that, but I'm not sure after all that I've seen if I would be willing to put in the time to actually edit it, to actually polish it, right? And if I'm not, then at least I have this sort of ability to stream, just stream, right? And maybe, because I'm thinking for my next publication, to actually not do a video commentary as I did before with the editing, because the last video commentaries I just did many things more effectively, but still a little bit cumbersome. Now I'm thinking about doing the video commentary, just press record and just make it almost like a stream. And now I'm thinking, how would I do that without looking not amateurish, but still without looking like I have no clue what I'm talking about? Because usually if you make let's say a presentation in life of an audience at a conference, for instance, those are those moments when you just put on a slide and then you just take 5 seconds. All right, what was this about, right? And then you get going again. So if I edit, it's easily, you just cut it out, right? There's nothing like it. But if it's live, then you just look like it's natural, right? But then again, it's unnatural for a YouTube audience who's used to those type of editings, those 2 short clips. But I'm not really looking for let's say subscribers at that point. I'm really looking for skills that might be useful for more than I now would be able to use, right? Because if I make an article good, nobody forces me to do it, right? It's just me thinking of ways how to actually expand the audience, how to engage the audience more, and then afterwards, maybe from that comes something else. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, right? But still, I at least have the process which allows me to, well, calibrate the knowledge, the skills. And yeah, the podcast is just a byproduct. Basically, you are like test subjects, right? I just use the guests as the opportunity to learn, right, while having the conversation. And then and actually the next thing I would like to test with guests would be either or maybe both even. Just have some type of not food tasting, but sort of let's say the option to have a sort of local food or delicacy tasting, commenting. I tried that for a few sweets, but again I was just man, this is too cumbersome. I'm too lazy for this, right? So it's just about how do I find the right approach to make it, because I remember I had some podcasts where I think either the guest was eating, or I was eating, right? And then some stupid comments, stop eating while you're talking, right? It's because people get annoyed when you hear those munching sounds, but then again I think just turn it off or skip it, or it's your responsibility as a viewer to actually don't consume the content that you don't like. It's not my responsibility to think of maybe somebody will not like if I'm doing this for a few seconds. Just so you get used to that type of rhythm, right? You get used to the type of possible commentaries, because I've many times have had some type of comments that just basically say, why did you do that? Don't stop doing this. Or come on, man, you cannot please everybody all the time, right? But still, people feel that they have a relevant view, I guess, or an opinion. And then that's and the second one, some type of video games, just to see whether or not it works, because streaming video games is big in a way, right? Yeah. But I find it so boring. I don't watch it, right? I just want to know whether or not there is some type of format. Let's say we are in more than 4 hours in, right? And if we would have, let's say, 15 minutes of playing some stupid game, just Kyrgyzstan and Egypt against Latvia, for instance. I don't know, soccer, for instance, something like that. Would it be something that is interesting to watch, or interesting at least to do? I don't know. I haven't played video games for a long time.
Or maybe it can be mind games or stuff like that. That's.
You mean like chess? Or what do you mean?
There's like that kind of like. There's no certain type of it, but for example, I will like prepare some papers with some shapes, and I'll tell you solve this like riddle or something like that. It's like games, but like just to cultivate creativity, cultivate like such kind of stuff. It's fun for people because they learn new trick. For example, I have one about like the pyramids one, which is like, how can we make 4 pyramids out of just 2 pyramids? Like
some small little games.
Yeah, some like, small little games just to make you think. About how can you change the situation of stuff.
But it depends as well who you are targeting, because like.
I'm not thinking about that. That's for sure. Yeah. What I am thinking is whether or not there's something that might be interesting to me, the guests, and then afterwards, maybe to somebody outside of that circle, right? It's just that, if we would play some just useless game, I wouldn't be satisfied with that, right?
Yeah.
But if something, if there's an angle that I find, look at that, I find it entertaining myself, right? That would be something interesting.
Yeah. When it comes to commercial stuff, that when it matters actually, where's the audience? But if you're doing it for yourself, for development.
It would be difficult for me to, let's say, try to do what I've seen what the other podcasts in Latvia try to do, right? You can literally watch how they sort of monitor their statistics, how they monitor their data, and then they just adjust their content. But it's that, I don't know, that's really like making a show, right? Which is, again, I'm too lazy for this. I'm too lazy for this because really, I mean, my initial goal was to have the ability to record and to distribute my content as an author, and then I just figured, it doesn't really take that much to actually extend it further to even more digital content types. Because maybe it is useful to know how to stream on YouTube. Maybe it is useful to know how to edit a video and how to create the sounds to go along with it. So yeah, it's just a random sort of random event chain, I guess. But yeah, when it comes to the whole focus, I would say to be able, when needed or when the opportunity arises, to actually be able to produce digital content commercially, whatever that it may be. Yeah, because maybe it would be just making a photo and posting it on Instagram. I don't know, because I literally registered myself on Instagram simply because I wanted to know how does marketing work on Instagram, because you don't really see that much videos. Most of the time it's pictures, right? And then you see the hashtags, the links, the biographies. And again, I was just, man, this is too much work again, right? Because it is. I mean, you can see sometimes how sophisticated those people are with all those little details. Right?
And you need to be really patient until you post, like, I don't know, like 50 posts until people really are engaged. And actually you should actually have the commitment to keep them engaged every couple of days to release a new post and actually think what should you post and do.
And that already becomes like work.
Exactly.
Yeah. And if it feels like work,
horrendous.
It's not really that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I think we should wrap it up, right?
Yeah, it was.
It was really interesting. Great.
Let's do the reincarnation one, part 2.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually, what comes for you guys next after this week? You'll be back in Lithuania for how long?
It depends on the decision that we're gonna make after we get responses from all the accelerators that we're applying to. So we're applying here. We came to visit them, tell them, hey, we're here, have a couple of meetings as well, attend their mentoring week. There's another accelerator called Brink. They are operating in Poland and Hong Kong as well. We are in touch with them. There's a third one which is in China as well. We're contacting them. We're waiting for their offers, which should be by the end of the month. And then we're gonna compare and decide where should we go next.
Which one should be will be best for us, so that.
All right.
Yeah.
So I can actually keep in touch with you guys.
Sure.
See how is it going.
Yeah, we would love to.
Sounds like a nice journey.
Yeah, very crazy.
Well, from the outside, I don't know about your stress levels. I don't know.
Yeah, it's actually stressful.
Stressful because you're thinking about yourself as well. Money. Oh, should I park this for a bit and just go have a full-time job just to sustain myself and then come back again?
Being non-European citizen, let's say. You're always thinking about your residence permit. We need to renew. We need to do something. We need to, because you need to show as well, kind of like a progress, right?
Yeah, but it's not hard.
It's not hard.
It is just
a lot
of work and wasting time, basically, because every year I have to collect a lot of papers and prepare for them and then go to them to the office, take appointment, and then follow up with them and all of the things
Yeah, and to be honest, they are fucking with us. Seriously, they don't want to foreigners, and they're okay, if they don't like you, they'll make you go somewhere else, try to, make you be in the trouble, you need to be even if they are screaming, you will be okay, you're right, I'm in your country, I follow your rules.
We
Right?
like the Latvia in the sense that they offer 3 years of residence permit, so it's
Yeah.
pretty much longer than 1 year in Lithuania that you have your to renew each year.
Mhm.
But here they give you 3 years, and then they update it to you for 2 years or renew it for 2 years. Then you can get permanent residency. So it's much more sophisticated. You don't need to care so much. Just each 3 years you need to apply.
Yeah, it's like more convenient
Mm-hmm.
here.
Mhm.
But in Lithuania, you need to like update every year, which
Which-
is 1 year is not like
Which is
long.
actually 9
it is
months,
so short.
because you
yeah.
need to renew 3 months before the expiry date. So each 9 months you need to start preparing already.
Yeah, I can only imagine that it's just a bureaucratic nightmare.
Exactly.
And it's annoying.
And plus, like they don't, like as I noticed, they don't like Russian-speaking people in Lithuania. But in Riga, it's different story. Like here, you don't see that, like big difference.
Heaviness, like when we when we try to speak Russian in Lithuania, they're like
The
like this is something like very common in Vilnius right now. We're expecting it whenever we enter, and just somebody doesn't know English, so we try to find anything. So
Mhm.
Alina will go with the Russian language, and they're like, and then they start speak Russian.
it's very heavy on them, like, and they don't like. According to my views, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I know
But
that
it's
might
a pretty
be the case.
systematic thing, like that. It's like a trademark for them.
Well, I
But
mean,
if you speak English, they're like, everybody is speaking English and everybody is
And you
nice and
notice respect as
everybody is starting to respect you. This is like wow thing. That's why we start to use like English.
yeah.
well. Mhm.
But if you use
Even
Russian,
if they don't understand, we just
Have
like
you been
try
to Estonia?
yes,
yeah, for-
like. But we had we visited, but we didn't interact.
Ah.
We just went for 1 day and
Mhm.
came back to
For a very short
Vilnius.
time.
We didn't-
Because I think in Estonia it would be almost the same, just in a sense that I think most of them don't really speak Russian,
Mhm.
but really lots of them do speak quite well English.
English.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in Riga it's different story. I saw even Russian artists, like musicians, like their advertisements.
Advertisement.
Yeah, like when we came in winter, we came for 1 day as well to
Mhm.
Riga. I was so surprised after Vilnius. I mean, like I wasn't expecting. I was thinking that all the Baltics are same against like
No.
Russians. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
Yeah.
we'll wrap it up. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Let me just
for
press a
having
lot of
us.
stops.
Yeah. See you, everybody.